Yeah,
Let's do it.
the peanuts are rallying.
Are the peasants revolting?
Yeah, the peasants revolting.
I know, I've seen them.
Evening, everyone. Evening, Elmigs, Miro, Stevie. There's Carl out there. Dora's here. Type slow. What slow typer on a mobile? Okay. I thought they'd do it pretty quick on a mobile with your thumbs. You go, there you go, done.
I
So
can't do that.
this is part two of the telescopes. We did the lunar last. We're lucky to have the lunar eclipse last Wednesday evening. We were doing telescopes, so that worked out well. So it would have been very interesting back in the day building a telescope, building an apparatus of some sort, and then looking and going, "Oh, this is interesting. I can see the moon." Yeah, but I wonder if they turned it horizontal and looked at their neighbours first to test it.
Down, I will see if I can see you.
Yeah.
Take this flag and wave it about.
Yeah, but I'm thinking something else they might have been doing.
Yeah, probably have to build it up over the fence first. What are you doing with that telescope above the fence? I swear, nothing out of the ordinary. I don't know why they're all talking like that, but that's just how I imagine it.
Oh, hello.
Rather.
That's interesting. That to like look at the people back in the day, with the scientists like Cavendish, what accent he would have had, and Rowbotham and all those, where they come from, you know, would they had a Cockney accent or a Liverpool accent?
Yeah.
Hello, we're Cockneys.
Can't fool anyone.
Cool, blimey, governor.
I bet Rowbotham would have sounded just like Riley.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Only smarter. Oh no, it's Rowbotham. Well, it's not a high bar, but anyway.
I can't remember where it came from. Let's have a look.
First thing I ever learned from like posh English was like, rather.
I say, Albine.
Yeah. It's the first thing I learned, like, rather. Brother.
Yeah. Odds fish, me dear. What a limp cravat.
Dora said, What? I've been staring at the going live for the last 12 minutes. Chat has also stopped. YouTube doesn't want me to see this. Yeah, it's being
chat did grind to a halt.
Yeah, did it? Okay.
Yeah, I just clicked to top chat and then back to live chat, and it seemed to reboot it.
Okay, I didn't notice it at my end.
YouTube is weird at the moment, especially if you're on a mobile.
Who was down in Gems the other day when it freaked out?
Oh God, that would wasn't that fun?
It was like I just
tried to hit the disconnect button.
Yeah, I was spamming that thing. I was going click, 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 click every time I went back and forward. I eventually got out of there. Oh.
And somebody said, "Oh, big farmer's having a fit." I thought, "I'm not. It's bloody Discord." Oh dear, yeah, that was fun.
And watching people come in and go, you're trapped.
Yeah. Oh, Rowbotham did. He was from London, so.
Oh.
Doesn't say what part of London. I ain't gonna dig that deep, but yeah, he was a Londoner.
Jolly good.
Quarter pounder. I'll have a quarter pounder, please. Oh dear, you having a giraffe? He probably
I just tried to mute myself, but I muted myself in Discord. It's not really going to help.
Well done. Oh dear.
The Elming's got it 10 seconds before me. Oh, the guess. Alfred Wegener. Wegener? 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 I'll turn the hardness dial up on the quiz then. No, don't you dare do that, Paul.
No.
I'd like to at least get one question right. And my level of education, if I can get one right, I'm going well.
Oh, you'll get some tonight, I'm sure.
Well, I bet it. I'll have to see if I can make these letters a bit bigger. I can't read this. Go to that big. How much is that? Share the screen. Share. Go to that one or that one? Might be able to go to that one. Okay. Now if I make that any bigger out there, that it won't fit. So, going by the look of it. Can you just read it out there in YouTube? I think it just goes from the quotations there to that quotation there on my screen. I think it just fits.
Yeah, it looks like you've...
It just fits.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a little gap on each side. It's good.
Oh, that worked out alright. Yeah, I'm looking in OBS on the program side. Okay, well I'll just read it from my side. My eyes will only be able to read a couple of paragraphs until I start getting watery-eyed. The first telescopes. By taking our sense of sight far beyond the realm of our forebears' imagination, these wonderful instruments, the telescopes, open the way to a deeper and more perfect understanding of nature. René Descartes, 1637.
Descartes.
Descartes.
Descartes. Okay.
The S's are silent.
Really? Okay. Parlez-vous français? Okay. In the early 17th century, craftsmen and scientists introduced a new tool for studying the heavens, the telescope, one of the central instruments of the scientific revolution. Soon became the astronomer's most essential tool. Now the astronomer could see countless stars and other faint objects never before visible. Suddenly the universe was no longer limited to what the naked eye could see. As telescopes improved, astronomers continued to push back the boundaries of the known universe, peering even deeper into the surrounding sea of stars known as the Milky Way. The invention. The manufacture and properties of lenses were known since the time of the Greeks. Islamic scholars such as the Egyptian physician Alhazen,
Yep, you got it right.
Born in the 10th century, made important contributions to the study of optics. However, lenses were not introduced to Europe until around the 13th century. By 1300, the first eyeglasses were available in cities such as Venice and Florence, and advances in lenses making and polishing soon followed. The tools for making a telescope were therefore available, but for reasons that are not clear, the invention of the telescope had to wait. Okay. The telescope first appeared in the Netherlands in October 1608. The national government in The Hague discussed a patent application for a device that aided seeing far away things as though nearby. It consisted of a convex and concave lens in a tube. The combination magnified objects 3 or 4 times. The government found the device too easy to copy and did not award a patent. Okay. But it voted a small award to Jacob Metius and employed Hans Lippershey, which we've already read about him, to make several binocular versions, for which he was well paid. Okay. The earliest known illustration of a telescope, Giovan Battista della Porta, included this sketch in a letter written in August 1609. Well, it is a sketch, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not sure. I'm not sure that was a sketch of a telescope. But,
Blue.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lord, for making PP jokes.
Yeah, well, I was trying to figure out what the other piece on the end was then.
Well, you see, this is why it isn't that, because it doesn't comply with the rules and regulations for CDC, otherwise known as crudely drawn cock.
Are those finger placeholders?
There are rules for these sort of things.
That's the 1 finger mark, the 2 finger mark.
Oh, dear.
Okay, that picture looks like a prototype for an early penis extending aid available for $3 in a brown paper bag. Is it purple in real life? We don't
to be
know.
Found on P4 Mod D bin A117.
Oh, you still remember the bin?
That thing purple, you can sell 2 dozen of them to Oakley.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. The telescope, along with microscope, another 17th century invention, demonstrated that ordinary observers could see things that the Greek philosophers had not dreamed of. It helped shift authority in the observations of nature from men to instruments. Galileo's optic tube. News of the telescope's invention spread rapidly through Europe. By April 1609, 3 powerful spyglasses could be bought in a spectacle maker's shop on the Pont Neuf in Paris. I don't know if I pronounced that right. And 4 months later, there were several in Italy. They were made famous by an Italian professor and experimenter named Galilei, whatever his name is. In summer
Galileo Galilei.
Yeah, that's him. In the summer of 1609 at the University of Padua, near Venice. Okay, near Venice. These foreign names, why can't people have English names? Makes it easier. While Galileo did not invent the telescope, he did design and build telescopes with incredibly higher magnifying power for his own use and to present to his patrons. He was a skilled instrument maker, and his telescopes were known for their high quality. Galileo's first telescope was basically a tube containing 2 lenses. His first attempt was a 3-power instrument. This was followed by one that magnified objects approximately 9 times. He showed the latter device to the Venetian Senate, hoping to impress them with its commercial and military potential. Okay, how do you militarize a telescope? To see your enemy, I suppose, but that's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It allows you to see what your enemy's doing while they're still far away.
Well, bring stuff back from over the horizon, for God's sakes. Haven't you been listening to the FLRPs?
So this was the P naught .0000009. What are you saying, Carl? Try saying. Okay, that's English. Okay.
That is an English name. Yeah. Go on, you try pronouncing that properly.
Cholmondeley.
Do you want to know how it's actually pronounced?
Yeah.
Chumley.
That's that Chumley one.
Chumley Warner.
Yeah.
But that's how Chumley is spelt. It's spelt Cholmondeley, but it's pronounced Chumley.
Yeah.
But I'm just pointing it out to somebody who's got a place in his country called Mount Buggery. Or Woolloomooloo.
We're good at Woolloomooloo.
Exactly. You've got some very weird place names, and here you are slagging off the French and the Italians.
Observations with Galileo's telescope strengthened the new idea that the Earth and the planet circled the Sun.
Eccentric.
Okay. It also revealed multitudes of stars in the Milky Way and elsewhere. One seemed to see not a fixed sphere of stars, but a universe of stars extending outward to some vast and unknown distance, perhaps to infinity. And you could see galaxies far, far away. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I added that bit on. My eyes are watering. Is anyone able to read a couple of paragraphs for me?
Yeah, let me just finish. Yeah. Right, where do we get? Oh, yes.
Like the Dutch.
Yeah. Like the earlier Dutch versions, Galileo's refracting telescopes, or refractors, used lenses to bend or refract light. They featured a concave eyepiece lens and a convex objective lens. The telescope was fairly simple to make. Galileo, however, faced difficulties finding clear and homogeneous glass for his lenses. The glass was full of little bubbles and had a greenish tinge caused by the presence of iron impurities. This was a problem that troubled telescope makers for centuries. It was hard to shape the lenses perfectly. The images of stars were blurry and surrounded by colour halos. Much like when people use a P900 to take photos of stars and planets. And fail to get it in focus. The limiting factor of these early refractors was their small field of view. Only part of the full moon, for example, could be seen at one time. Galileo himself continued to improve his devices until they were over 4 feet long and could magnify up to 30 times. Ooh, get you.
That would have been terrible having a small field of view when you wanted to look at the moon.
Yeah, I guess so. But such were the limitations of the time. And if you want to know how to cock up building telescopes, look at the Hubble. We get it wrong even today. Right, where are we? Kepler's variation on the telescope. Variation on the Galilean telescope was suggested by Johann Kepler in his 1611 book Dioptris. Oh, I like that. He noted that a telescopic device could be built using 2 convex lenses, but the image it produced would be upside down. Well, stand on your head.
I wonder when they figured that it was upside down, because when you look at the moon from here, like unless you've got really good eyes, and then you look through the telescope and you go, and it's upside down.
And yet you get people who look at the sun and then look through a telescope and go, "My God, there's 2 suns." The advantage of this design, according to Kepler, was its larger field of view and high magnification. His recommendation was not immediately taken up by astronomers, however. The Keplerian telescope was not accepted until Christoph Scheiner, not quite sure on that, a German Jesuit mathematician interested in instruments, published his 1630 book Rosa Asina. Was it Asina? For his study of sunspots, Scheiner experimented with telescopes having only convex lenses. He found that when he viewed an object directly through such an instrument, the image was flipped upside down. But it was much brighter and the field of view much larger than in a Galilean telescope, as Kepler had predicted. Since for astronomical.
Astronomical.
Thank you. My teeth are slipping.
I would have got that word.
Astronomical observations. Since for astronomical observations, inverted image is no problem. The advantages of what became known as the astronomical telescope led to its general acceptance in the science community by the middle of the 17th century. It's not enough T, that's what it is.
Now, I can't really see that image. Sunspot plate.
No, it's a bit small, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Telescopic oddities. Is that like space oddities? One disadvantage of the astronomical telescope suggested by Kepler and advocated by Scheiner was its higher magnification was accompanied by more spherical and chromatic aberration. In other words, geometric distortion and false colours. Over the next several decades, lens grinding and polishing techniques improved gradually. A specialised craft community of telescope makers slowly developed. These craftsmen worked to produce better spherical lenses with decreased curvature and a longer focal length, which improved the quality of telescopes but made them longer.
Mm.
And there we have a rather unlikely looking 60-foot long telescope. Yeah.
That might have been the one we looked at last. I think that was 2 shows ago. I think.
Oh, right.
We looked at that, and that means normal spectacles would have even been getting better because they would have been more clearer lenses. They worked out how to polish them.
Yeah.
Because we looked at optics for glasses and that there one time as well.
Oh, right. Yes. Rather like the rather impressive varifocal ones I'm wearing at the moment.
Are you still alright? You still alright to read? Or you want me
Oh,
to
yeah,
read?
no. I can carry on reading if you like. Right. From the typical Galilean telescope of 5 or 6 feet in length, astronomical telescopes drew to lengths of 15 or 20 feet by the middle of the 17th century. A typical astronomical telescope of this time was the one made in 1656 by Christian Huygens, a Dutch mathematician and astronomer, and his brother Constantine. I thought he got rid of demons. 23 feet long, it magnified objects about 100 times and still had a considerable field of view. One of the most spectacular objects that Huygens was able to view with a telescope was the Great Orion Nebula.
Ooh. Wouldn't that have been freaky first seeing that for the first time through a telescope?
Yeah. Imagine that. Of course, it's all fake.
How much more we got? No, not that much more.
Oh, yeah, we're nearly there.
We're nearly there.
Right. This is a quote from Huygens in 1659. In the sword of Orion are 3 stars quite close together. In 1656, I chanced to be viewing the middle of one of these with a telescope. Instead of a single star, 12 showed themselves, a not uncommon occurrence. 3 of these almost touched each other, and with 4 others shone through the nebula, so that the space around them seemed far brighter than the rest of the heavens, which was entirely clear and appeared quite black. The effect being that an opening in the sky through which a brighter region was visible.
Oh.
Right. Oh, getting the picture as well. Christ, look at the size of that. This is an even larger long focus telescope, was described by the German astronomer Johann Hevelius in his 1673 book Machinae Celestis. Oh, okay. He made telescopes with focal lengths as long as 150 feet and lenses up to 8 inches in diameter. That's a monster.
Wow.
The value of research tools was questionable, however, since the telescope's frame flexed and vibrated in the slightest breeze.
No wonder.
You've just made an 8-inch tube 150 feet long. Now, if we did that over here with steel pipe, it would flex.
Yeah, well, they're not saying what they made it out of, so that's something interesting we'll have to look into.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a single piece, and the bracing and everything, you'd need to try and hold it straight. It's quite something.
Is that an image or a drawing or a? Looks like it wouldn't be a photo. Not in.
No, that's a drawing. But yes, it says it's a rooftop observatory, so they've set this up on. I think that's spanning 2 rooftops, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
But yeah, it's.
I don't know if I can open the. Can I open the image? No, that's as big.
No, it's not a lot there, is it?
Oh. That's as big as I can make it.
But yeah, I'm given the size of the buildings, it gives you a pretty good idea just how big the damn thing was. I could see how that would flex. Yeah, and certainly if the wind gusted or something, then yeah, you're.
And the highest thing around there at the time would have been the churches, because I know buildings weren't that tall, only 2-story. On the 3 with the roof attic. Churches were usually the tallest buildings. Okay, put that back.
Right then. The Huygens brothers.
What happened?
Oh,
I thought it was
that's
bigger.
right. I can still. How's it look out in YouTube land? Just got to wait for it to catch up. Oh, they should be able to see that. Yeah, you can see that right.
Yeah.
Right. The Huygens brothers also developed aerial telescopes. These featured an objective lens mounted in an iron tube at the top of a tall pole. The astronomer raised and lowered this and found the image by trial and error. The compound. Where's it gone? Oh, no. Which way have I got to go?
Left a bit, right a bit, up a bit.
Left hand down a bit, yeah. The astronomer raised and lowered this and found the image by trial and error. A compound eyepiece on a little stand was then positioned to receive the image cast by the objective. Blimey. Although astronomers made some discoveries with these telescopes, their usefulness was limited. Alignment on windy nights, for example, was difficult, and their design was cumbersome.
Yeah.
By the beginning of the 18th century, very long refracting telescopes were rarely used anymore. Further increases of power came, beginning in the mid-17th century, from a new form of telescope, the reflecting telescope.
Oh.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, and that's where we leave it. Just for the suspense of knowing what the next telescope's going to be. There we go.
Oh, I like that, Milkman Dan. Yes, clip that. 8 inches. That's a monster. It's a monster of a lens.
The next topic after that is early reflectors. So,
reflectors.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, it helped bring the telescopes back down to more manageable size, I think.
So there's your brief view of that.
Just imagine having to, grind a lens and trying to get it, optically perfect and.
Well, I showed an image of where did I put that? Am I able to do that? Do I have the skill or the technology to do that? I'm sure I had a no, not in there. Where would it be? Pictures. Stream pics. No, that's not. Oh yeah, there it is. That's the one. Now if I just move that over to there, get rid of that.
Who's got the microphone up their nose?
Not me.
Well, it can only be me then. We're the only two. We're the only ones with microphone. But it's nowhere near me nose.
No, I didn't get any description of which bit does what. I know it should have been labelled, and then I would have had a
Oh, this thing.
Yeah, I had this on one of my live streams a while back. The image is a thumbnail. So it's just a hand cranking version with a pulley. I can see a pulley with a rope going around over to there. I wonder where the lens would sit though. That's the thing. Where was the lens? It's hard to tell, isn't it? Yeah, I've got no description of the legend. A legend, that's the word. I haven't got a legend to go with.
Leg end.
Yeah, leg end. Yeah.
Leg end's always very useful.
Yeah. But I'll have a look and see what I can find. There we go. Back to that. What am I missing? So turn that off. Oh, and I better do. Okay, I'll close that. Close that. Now, Alan wanted me to shill his channel that he's doing. He's got 23 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed to this one, I'll put it in the side chat. UK time lapse.
Oh, I didn't realise you're doing a new one.
Yeah, I think it might even have me and Alan doing commentary on some of the videos when he goes around and videos where we've been. Because we've been down to Yarmouth. I remember that one once. There we go.
God, I haven't been there in ages.
Yeah, I've been in Yarmouth virtually. I haven't been to Norwich virtually, I don't think. Not with the... Or did I?
Well, actually, I suppose I haven't really been in that area since I moved down here. So that's what... yeah, 16, 17 years ago.
I don't know if he wants me to play anything. I don't think these have got the... No, I don't think these have got the commentary ones.
Ah.
I wonder where he's put the commentary one we did.
I just clicked on that link and I'm already a member. I've forgotten about that. But then in my defence, he hasn't posted a video in 6 months. So, yeah.
Yeah, six months ago.
Yeah, Bashwick Tower.
And he did a sunrise. Couple of sunrises. Bastwick time lapse. Yeah, just a few sunrises there. Summer solstice. Otterheim. Oh, there's a duck. Okay. Right, that's that out of the way. And... Oh, you don't want that. Spoiler alert.
Ooh.
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
I think I might need something stronger than tea.
Yeah, we've got to get a little bit of Lindsay. Trying to find the right... We'll have a look and see which... Because I don't watch every single one.
No, I think anybody can. To be honest with you.
Yeah, looking out from the centre of creation. Proof no celestial bodies are spherical. They are disks due to magnetic polarity.
Magnetic polarity.
Right.
I thought that one would be interesting compared to the other ones he has. At least he's not on the floor playing with these magnets again. Okay.
Oh, hello, this is a rarity. I've got both cats in the same room.
Okay.
Only because one doesn't realise that the other one's on the windowsill. Yeah, well, they don't like each other.
Oh, do they come around the corner and bump into each other and then nearly snarl at each other because they didn't realise the other one was there?
Yeah, if one's eating in the kitchen, the other one will come into the kitchen, go around the corner, and there's hissing and there's arching of backs, and it's like, look, you're 15 years old, your sisters, grow the up. No.
Alright, Dan. I was going to walk out the door for a ride. I can't miss Lindsay. This is manipulative programming, sir.
Yes.
Well, we're not going to quite have Lindsay just yet. I thought we might just continue with a little bit more optics from a person from New Zealand that's on the panel that may have done some optics with a moon. So the floor's yours, Chiefy, whenever you're ready.
I need a few minutes, Terry. Do we have a small flirtatia to possibly?
Well, you got your usual 27 minutes and 13 seconds of certain person.
Oh, should I suffer the crowd?
Well, it's like it's like ripping a band-aid off with Lindsay. So it's either waiting now, wait for a bit longer, or do we rip the band-aid off now? Put the vote out to the peanuts. Do you want the Band-Aid ripped off now or later? I'm not prepared for that. No, we're not watching that guy. What's his name? Kent Hovind or something?
Yeah, I used to know his number.
Is he still on parole?
Rumble, rumble.
Is he still on parole?
No.
No. Carl says rip it off.
Rip it off and start again. Now, please, I have to break lockdown soon. Yeah, I must admit, this afternoon I will be cleaning and polishing said motorcycle because the next few days are apparently going to be rather nice here. So can't ride out on it looking all sort of dirty and nasty.
And hopefully you don't have much traffic, so you don't have to give it a quick blat to get overtake the slow drive.
No, traffic's pretty much back to normal.
Ah, that means you just bumper to bumper then.
Well, no, because as long as there's nothing coming the other way, you can work your way up the queue, can't you? You just overtake them one at a time if you have to.
Yeah. And you have that.
That's the advantage of being on a motorbike. You can look at it and go, yeah, it's a big enough gap. Just pop around that.
Where you're riding, do you have that neutral section in the middle of any of your roads near you, so you can go down in between? Oh, you don't have that bit. Not where you are.
Just thinking. No, in fact, the only bit of road I know that's got that is back up in sunny Norfolk.
Ah, okay.
I don't think there's anything like that around here.
What's this? Hey, these damn grandmas ain't gonna cough in their own mouths. What?
Ugh.
I've got no idea what that means, Dan. What?
Bloody hell.
Yes, and Irish Stew, you're right. There are no traffic jams on the motorbike. In fact, a lot of people around here, if you're like filtering through traffic, if you say on a dual carriageway coming up to roundabout, more and more people now will move over to give you more room. Now, whether they're just being polite or whether they're worried that they're going to lose their wing mirrors, I never used to get this when I was a lad, but now people, they are using their mirrors. They're seeing you filtering through the traffic, and they will move over to give you more room. I mean, the lorries don't, but that's fair enough because they can't anyway. They're taking up the whole bloody lane. But a lot of car drivers will give you more room now. And first time it happened to me a few years back, I nearly fell off out of shock. It's like, what? What are you doing? Thank you very much.
Yeah, the weird design feature of my old wagon is, which is why I bumped into the post in the car park, is the body line of the car actually protrudes level with the edge of the mirror. But the Statesman's mirror, it sticks out past the body line. So yes, you would bump the mirror first before you bump the car itself. It's just a different design in that way.
No traffic jams on a motorcycle. Ever heard of Sturgis? Enough said.
Yeah.
It's that big bike event, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get them all on the road at the same time.
Yeah.
Is it bike and like rat rods and hot rods and stuff, or just bikes?
It's everything from unicycles to
that's right. Yeah.
cars.
I wouldn't ride
those car restoration shows always prepare a bike for Sturgis or a vehicle for Sturgis.
I wouldn't be game enough to ride a unicycle down the highway.
Every hillbilly and redneck on the planet shows up at that place.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like. They seem to stay away from the parking lot when they film those shows, you know.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're at 62%, Terry, of this encoding.
Oh, okay. Well, you got 23 minutes.
About 2 minutes.
You got 23 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yeah, cool. I'll be able to test it out.
And we could put him up a bit in his speed because he sounds better.
Or you set him to Alvin Chipmunk speed?
No, not quite. I'll go 1.25. Like I could put him up to 2, but it'll be worse. So 1.25 is not too bad.
All right.
He's convinced that this is the Earth, although we don't see it.
Ah.
Yeah, where it says Earth, that's where the turtles are, aren't they?
Or it says, keep stalling, Pano.
Who says that? Dora did.
Dora. Keep stalling. Oh, did I tell you what happened the other day?
No, you didn't tell me what happened the other day.
Oh, come on, let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
Okay.
Just do it.
Well, I've got something pretty interesting to talk about today. How many people have queried the fact that our celestial bodies are either disc or spherical? Now, all the people who think they live on a spinning ball think it's spherical because they think they live on a spinning ball. It's a bit like science, really. You get one thing wrong at the beginning, get the foundations wrong, and the rest of the house on the piss. Well, it's a bit like their spinning ball theory. You get that wrong from the start, and everything's round, spherical. How does that work? I don't know. Anyway, I've just realised why we get a disc, why they're called discs. The ancients called them discs. And all the mythological stories, they're discs. You want to know why they're discs? I'm about to show you. And this is a good one. So you flat earthers are going to find it first before the scientists get to reveal it. They probably know, but they're keeping it secret. First of all, we'll show you what Earth looks like. I mean, there it's there. Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, and the tropical gap. And if you've been following me, you'll understand that I've been telling you all along they're two opposing forces. These are opposing, in other words, they're the same. There's no magnetic attraction. This is why we get the gap in the tropics. And how they're coming out of the Arctic and the Antarctic, rushing to the tropics. Why they're rushing to the tropics? Because there's the opposite. South, south, north, you could say. So they're opposing. They don't slide very well on this board, but if you put them on a plate, they slide quite well. So what do? You put the opposite in there. And there's the opposite, and all of a sudden, they're attracted. That's basically what Earth is. You've got this southern field. Moves all the way around the northern field like this over 24 hours. And you can see why we've got the ecliptic and all the planets, sun and moon are stuck in there in that magnetic field. They can't get out. They're trapped. They're trapped in there. And this moving,
something's trapped somewhere.
They turn together like this, wind in together, like two cogs.
I don't care what he's saying, but just him playing with the magnets is not.
It's always equal.
He's wiping everything off the board that he drew on it.
And there's another word I found online today, a science word, ISO something.
I suppose the nurses let him do it because it's keeping them out of trouble, isn't it?
Oh, it does, yeah, it does keep him out of trouble.
You can't fault this flat earth design. Anyway, so there you have it. And then back to nature again, what does that look like?
I noticed there's no sharp objects in the room he's in, so that's a clue.
There's your nose, there's your eyes. Now what I realised,
okay, how are you going to make
take the opposite, or take any end of the bar magnet, and there's the flux there. It won't go down on the south side. It'll shoot into the. Won't go down on the south side there, but it'll go down on the south side over there. You know, does anyone know why?
Yeah, because it's the way a magnet works.
It's on the south side here. Won't go down there, right? But if I turn the magnet around, it'll go down there.
Didn't we all play with magnets when we were in primary school?
Obviously, Lindsay didn't do enough playing.
You know, there's a north and a south on both sides. Not only north and south, at the ends, one on each side. So you get that.
Yeah, there it is. To the south side.
Okay, it's stuck there. And look what happens.
Wasn't original magnets always only just a bar magnet? before they did the horseshoe version, and this specialty magnet, which is for speakers especially, doesn't really denote to show what a magnet is for the north-south pole, like a bar magnet. So that's where he's got a fault in this.
You know, it won't stick there. I mean, it'll stick there, but it won't stick there like this. But once you start going like this,
Someone invite Kimo.
keeping that one face inward, the disc of the sun, the moon, whatever,
spamming his latest
it goes
video.
around the magnetic field like
okay.
that, like this. Basically, the facing in. It always has to face in because it's the opposite. And
that much missing from his design
you know,
now.
model
It's
is
the
the
true flat Earth
vortex in the
theory
centre
with
of
all
the
the
flat
holes in it.
A black hole is created in there. There's the black hole in there. And on the horizon of the black hole is the sun. Black hole's the father, the sun is the sun. Father and the sun. So
Oh man.
so that's the centrifugal force, the black hole spinning. And and I've told you before that the black hole is created by the two forces, north and south coming together, or high pressure and low pressure, coming up and bang, creating plasma, creating the sun. And I've also drawn.
Wait a minute, he never said the sun was in the black hole.
So this field will come down.
I thought the black hole was separate. I thought the black hole was separate from the sun.
This field's coming up.
No. He's always said the sun's into the black hole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's the Big Bang. That's the Big Bang theory.
There's the black
It's not
hole.
the universe. It's just the sun
Comes out
creation
of it.
was the Big Bang.
What comes off it.
Yep.
Or it's
Somehow.
created, that makes the sun.
High and low pressure. I
And
disappeared into a black hole and a change of heat.
The dual action, the dual spins, the black hole looks like this.
But you can't see it. It looks like that.
Oh, this is exaggerated.
Excellent.
No.
Oh, he's got a
That's
red,
what the black
he's got a
hole
red
looks like.
marker. Look out.
Around its horizon, perimeter.
That's an oval
And
shape.
because of these double actions, the friction created the sun.
It's horizon
Yeah,
perimeter.
Yeah.
So there you have north and south. There's north and south in there.
Is it? You're telling the story, Lindsay.
Where are we going? North and south. North and south.
Where are we going? That's right.
North and south. Where was I? Lost my line of thought. Anyway. So
You had a line of
it's all
thought?
about magnetic field. North and south, high and low pressure.
If I was able to do
Hot and
some
cold,
editing,
whatever you
I'd
wanna
clip
call it.
out all these bits and pieces
Positive
and
and
re-edit it.
negative electrons or proton and electrons. So
Yeah.
what have we
Just
got?
have-
We've
just
got
have
the
Tempting.
Yeah, it is tempting to
black
do.
hole.
Tempting him
Oh, the
scratching his head.
centrifugal
Where am
force
I?
of the black hole.
Yeah, have that in it.
Centrifugal force.
Where was
Pushing
I?
everything out.
You could make a good edited.
Which is amplified our realm, created our field out here. We don't see this in here. It's created this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Lindsay
It
saying?
comes
Does
from
he
the,
even
the
know?
non-physical, the part of the donut. It's not part of the physical donut. So it's physical, non-physical.
Donuts.
Yeah, and
Non-physical
everything's
is
projected
created the
from the
physical.
middle out to the
In other words, a
side,
dream
so,
has created your reality. That's basically it. There's the black hole.
probably
You've
didn't
got
let him
negative and
outside for
positive.
the
So
lunar
positive
eclipse.
coming down from the top.
Doesn't
that comes out
explain
of the
north and
Arctic,
south
yeah,
citation.
the
though.
tropics,
That
the
still
tropics.
doesn't explain that.
The tropic gets pulled back into here.
Explain
Because
where
there's
the
vortex and strong
continents
magnetic
are
field.
either.
So
No.
a stronger opposite force to this, so that'll get sucked back into there. Not much going out here. It's not going far. It'll all tend to come back into the centre.
That's one
It'll
part he
get sucked
hasn't
back into
drawn on
centre.
the top
Centre of
down view.
convergence
No,
Is how the
and you've got
where all the
No.
some
continents are.
divergence.
exactly.
Um,
And they just kind
so
of float
you've got
around
the-
in his
You've got
model.
the sun turning around the perimeter of the black hole. It's an egg shape normally, turning 24/7.
And he's never given
So,
us any scale for
You know,
the
you've got
size.
this going on. The face, always got the face. And because everything out here has been created from the centre of the earth, the centre of the black hole, we're all the centre of the universe. We always have our horizon around us. We see everything around us. So we're looking out of the centre of the black hole at all times. So there's the face. There's the face of all the celestial bodies, the discs. We are looking at the discs, if that was round.
Hey? Looking at that.
There you have it.
He's got a round magnet over there.
So
He's got it.
the sun is always
They're not
catching up
round
to the
either.
celestial bodies. The celestial body doesn't catch up to the sun because everything projects out from the centre. It's quickest from the centre.
Yeah, explain
Slows
the
down as it comes out
lunar
slowly.
eclipse the other day, Lindsay.
That's another story. But you have to think of the like the clock.
Yeah, they might not let him outside
It's
for that, Terry.
relativity. Something called relativity. Because the clock doesn't move much in here. The
He
clock
might have
arm,
stripped naked and ran
around
around.
here, it moves quite a bit. So you've got this moving quicker through time, but something's slowing down. I'm not getting into that right now, but anyway. So there you have it. Somebody asks you why do you only see one side? It's because of this. It's because it's magnetic field.
See one side of what?
field.
One side of a planet or the moon.
An opposite. Sitting in there like that.
Yeah, planets,
Sitting in there.
celestial bodies, discs, whatever he's saying.
Yeah, but what about the ones that are rotating?
It's like that.
Yeah, I mean, all of the other things apart from the moon, we do see
Roaming
the
around the
outside.
black hole.
Hmm.
Yeah,
This is the
exactly.
ecliptic out here. The tropic zone there.
Yeah. And Jupiter has its moons go around. We see that.
You want to run over that again? The two
No.
forces
No, please, no,
coming
no,
down from the
no.
top,
No.
coming
no,
up
no.
to the Earth. This is negative.
Let's not. Let's not.
So
Let's
you've
not
got
do
this
that.
this coming down.
Where the streams cross.
We've got this coming up. Gets pulled down to the Earth, shoots opposite, comes back up this way. Gets
Yeah, but
pulled
you're
down.
drawing that on the other
shoots opposite,
top
it
down
goes
view,
negative.
Lindsay.
When
You
a
should be
positive-
showing that too.
It's negative. It shoots in the opposite direction, and it just goes back up that way. It's getting pulled down because of the opposite force. They both work in unison. That gets pulled down while it pushes that up. That moves up and pulls us down.
Oh, push-pull.
And then this
This might be the push-pull.
moisture.
This might be the
up here, might get a
push-pull
little bit down
theory.
there, but it mainly goes back down the side here. And there you have it. There's Earth. Two
There you
opposing
have it.
forces, but they rush to the tropics. Now we have to try and convert this to free energy because it's the
I
perpetual
don't know
motion.
how he keeps on
It keeps
bringing that
recycling.
into
What?
it.
Because the sun, once the plasma is created, that's what gets
Where did he
everything
go
flowing.
from there?
I don't
It pulls
know.
everything up. It just keeps the whole system flowing. But what you've got to realise, what's there we don't see is actually happening here. And this is the video I've just done about Plato.
No, you said it's
You know, we all-
happening
we all-
there, and we
we all
only
get shadows on the
projected
wall.
over
Basically,
to
that's what it
there.
is. It's just a reflection.
Oh,
It's
the bit in the middle.
amplification of
Okay.
what's really going on back in here. So you could ignore that and just concentrate on that because we see the sun here. They're all projections though. You've got
Yeah.
the sun there, so you've got the whole system working like this. You know, how can all this work if the sun's 93 million miles away? It's just total garbage. When you get right down to the science, it's just hilarious. Everything just works like this. It has to be in here together.
The sun's
sun,
closer.
The plasma, to get the system going. So we have to try and figure out how we can get this working electrically and get the free energy. And like I spoke about before, the tokamak reactor, nuclear fusion reactor. But they need this dual system and the business going on in the middle.
Think about it, Lindsay.
No, they can't do it. They can't do it alone with that. They have to.
He loved himself.
Yeah,
The timing,
that's just-
the
I said-
timing. You said, think about it, Lindsay.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it.
Yeah, think about it, Lindsay.
It's always 30 years off, 30 years off.
That was
They
too
need this.
funny.
That's where the plasma's formed. You need this dual system here to get this third entity, the middle one, coming back up to recycle. That's the free perpetual energy. And we have to figure out how do we convert these magnets into electrical current. I mean, obviously the electrical current will be opposite. You can't just go and wind one of these into a coil because then you've got the magnetic field going that way. And you've already got this magnetic field going, the magnet going that way. Unfortunately, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't understand it all, but I know we can do it. Killing myself trying to figure it out.
Just pause it for a
I'm
moment,
onto
Terry.
it,
Just
but
pause
I
it for a
just can't
moment.
get my finger right on it.
Oh my
anyway.
goodness.
That's all I want.
I'm not an electrical engineer, But
Yeah.
but
I mean,
but-
to create an electric current in a wire, you either need to move the wire over a changing magnetic field, or you need to move the changing magnetic field over the wire.
Yes.
One of those two, Lindsay. You know, you can't just wind a bit of coil around a static magnet and expect it to make electricity. You've got to have something moving, Lindsay.
And Brian Leakey thinks you can.
Well,
Yeah.
and that says it all.
Oh dear. Play.
I'm going to share with you. So now you know. Down till those flat earthers, why you see a disc. I mean, spinning borders. If they're querying, why is it a disc? Is it a ball? Is it a sphere? No, nothing's a sphere. Nothing is a sphere. Even flat Earth, you could say we're in a sphere, but we're only. This is our domain. The magnetic field is here. This probably has to be closed in too for this to circulate properly. This coming up into here. It might be down. It might happen down inside here. The Earth could be.
yeah, it might do a lot of things, Lindsay.
It could be more like that.
Might.
Well, basically, that's the flux you get on a magnetic bar, on a bar magnet.
But you could be wrong, right?
But it is round. It's more like this. So, and you will get a flat zone in the middle. Let me show you why, because it looks like this. You've got your ring, and the flux is coming out like this.
The flux?
Like an atom. You've got the flat zone here. See, science, this is this bit here. They think it's going straight over to there. That must be really stupid. Because there's no weight out here. You can't get a negative. So,
yeah, that's what it
a
is.
south and a north.
Yeah,
They must be opposites.
Must
An opposite, they cancel themselves out. It's garbage.
It's not
This has to be
anything
south,
you're doing
south,
wrong.
north.
no.
They're missing this bit here.
Possibly be
Because
here.
it's just a little bit there.
No.
They think it shoots straight over there, but it's not. It's going down here, through there, coming up, going down and out there, and across there. It's flat. That's basically what you got on a bump magnet, but it's the same in the ring magnet, isn't it? It's all coming out. And when you think about it, this is how a ring magnet works.
Sometimes when
You
I
don't
go
get
to
a
grab
flux
my
in the
car
square here
keys,
all the
they're
way
stuck
around
to the
there.
table. And I really have to pull
You can
know?
detect it with a very fine needle.
pull them off the
How it
table.
comes into the, it'll come out, go to the north side. It'll come out of the centre, go to the north side, down through the middle, come out and back around, and then go back down the south side of the tropic, through the ground, and back up through the middle. Just like
He has
that.
this
Just does there.
misconception that the magnetic field
They've
lines
always
shoot
used it never
out
taught
of
it.
the magnet.
I don't know
Yeah.
if they're hiding something or they're just stupid. But that's how a ring magnet works. It's like this.
He's probably just seen an image on
It's not just the
the
one.
pictures of a magnet and
Just coming out of the
somebody's
centre like
drawn
that.
Or the Earth.
100% garbage. So now you know what a black hole looks like. I mentioned way back in my video, and these silly spinning ball science wannabes laugh at me.
And while he's talking
I
to
knew
you,
there was a black
Blue,
hole there, and it took me less than a year.
You can't see
And
a black
then,
hole, but that's what it looked like.
End of last year, I found that Penrose, this physicist, and his mates have finally won a Nobel Prize for saying there's a black hole in the Milky Way. I know there's a black hole in the Milky Way because the Milky Way looks like this.
That's not what he won the
And the
prize.
sun is tucked in here. The sun's tucked in there. The black hole's tucked in there. But the Milky Way actually sits in here, vertical. The sun tucked in here.
What?
It shines out and turns.
How the hell
I
does
don't
it?
know that,
No.
but you won't be seeing me get a Nobel Prize either. Everything vertical in here is seen out horizontally out here.
No. No.
90
No,
won't.
they
degrees.
won't. They
We
won't.
won't.
Magnetic
We
field.
won't.
no.
When you might get the
Induction
Nobel
motors, 90
Prize.
degrees.
Yeah.
You put the magnetic field 90 degrees to the opposing
Well, he's got the
force.
FEDA.
Yeah, 90
We
degrees
have it
in the
at the end
gap.
of the year. You might
So you
get
got
that.
your field coming around like that.
He's
and that
definitely
way. You got
a
this one going
contender,
around
Derek.
like that. Going that way.
Well, I haven't found anyone else that's going to be runner-up yet.
Consistency is key, and
like that
he
example,
certainly
forget that. But if you look into, it's 90 degrees.
consistently.
Not that it must have got that, but it's just the way it
Fucking
is.
bloody
What are you
Everything's
playing at
vertically.
sea for?
Out here horizontally. Even
I don't know if
planets
he's
in the sun set
presenting
up,
anything.
just like the Egyptians
Playing
telling us,
anything?
it's like this. we're looking up
Don't
to
really
here.
want to consider this.
I think C4 is trying to be a flatty
Squashed
out
out,
of the peanut
around
gallery.
Yeah,
But they probably
C4 is a flat
well, I think
earther at
most
the
likely.
moment.
Is
Probably
he?
haven't
Oh,
seen stuff like
okay.
that vertically in here too.
Well, Lindsay needs
It's
a
also
cheerleader.
I'll have to
minute,
bring him in and I'll have
You've
to
got to remember.
debunk his flat earth.
You know, we're physical. We dream the non-physical. Creation is the opposite. The non-physical creates the physical.
Yeah, how does that work?
Well,
How does that work?
spread the good news.
Oh, you didn't answer me
Spread
question.
the good news.
Oh no!
Oh,
Spread the good news, guys.
oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, you can take your face palm protection off now.
All right. Wow. That
How'd you
wasn't
follow
so
that?
bad.
I'm not an engineer, but I'm not an electrical. Did he say electrical engineer or just an engineer?
Electrical, yeah.
Electrical
engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't understand that, but he's here. He's here to explain it to
I
you.
know I know it involves wire and maybe a magnet and yeah.
I know, Sheeple, why you wanted this before your presentation, because anything you present now is going to be look fantastic compared to that.
Yeah, mine has no sound either. So I took the sound out.
Oh, you can always add sound. Has Wally got any new videos?
It was still processing. I added some transitions so it wasn't so jumpy between the different shots, and it was still processing when I was asked to present.
What are you looking
So
at,
Lindsay,
Wally?
you were useful for something. Filler.
No, top left wasn't the butt plug.
Milkman down to
No,
social engineer.
I've picked enough of them.
That's horrible.
You see, unfortunately, a lot of these things don't come in boxes or opaque packaging.
Yeah. There's no illusion to what it is.
Well, that and the fact that on the scanner you have a description of what you're looking for, and then you have a picture. And sometimes the picture's horribly wrong, but when it comes to these sort of things, it's absolutely spot on. Oh, okay, I've got to pick one of these up, have I?
Like, look at your gun, butt plug, LRG. Oh. Oh dear. In fantastic silver. Anyway. Yeah. The shot the other day with the cream, that was too close for comfort. That one.
Oh, what, the butter?
Yeah, the butter. Yeah, that was rough.
It says on the top, no resistance. C4, the best one was the foxtail butt plug. I picked 3 of them. Somebody had ordered 3.
Oh dear.
3 foxtail butt plugs.
Maybe it was like buy one get 2 free, or buy 2 get 1 free.
I wasn't going to go on the Amazon website and have a look. Yeah,
can you imagine what your recommendations then become?
Yeah, exactly.
You might also like.
Actually, to hell with it. Let me. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to see what else comes recommended with it.
Other users also bought.
Is that video over in Shield Your Stuff, Elmigs, for that one? I have to go and have a look now. Because I do have a... there's a video here.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they have 3 butts to plug.
No, it is...
Conspiracy
I don't know whether
Cats
that's the one I picked, but they come in packs of 3.
Oh, okay.
No, that ain't the one I picked. They weren't different sizes.
If that's the one which Conspiracy Cats did on May 27th, if that's the one you took, the greatest excuses made by Flat Earth. I've got that one, if that's the one you're talking about.
No, Dora, they don't have internal searches. They just have metal detectors.
Simon. No, this is Conspiracy Cats channel. So it's from Simon Dan's channel. Okay, that's confusing.
Well, Simon Dan every year has like a week or two off, doesn't he? And he gets other people to do videos for him. So we've had Conspiracy Cats. Oh God, who else? We had a few actually. I can't remember the bloody are now.
Yeah, I got one from the 27th, which is only
Irish
2 days
Demon.
ago.
That was it. Irish Demon did one. Thank you.
Yeah, this one's on Conspiracy Cats channel 2 days ago. Greatest excuses made by Flat Earth.
Oh yes, that was actually a video he did on his channel. Yeah, did that the other day. That's quite good.
Yeah, but there's one that I've got to get that's actually on Simon Dan's channel. Okay, it should be able to show you. How long ago was it put up? I've got too many people I'm shilling over on there. Might have to dilute it down a bit.
Yeah, because Simon Dan has had he's had 3 or 4 videos from other presenters this week. Who else
I keep getting a certain person over there that seems to put out one very regular. Just make one.
Vice Ryan, I did one last week.
Make one big one. Bob's been at it. Simon Dan. No Simon Dan, I cannot see one recently. It should be there if there is. Oh, here we go. Is it the famous Flat Earther can't feel the something? Can't feel the with what's his name?
Oh yes.
What's his name? The guy in the car. He's not allowed in the
CC.
kitchen. Yeah, he's not allowed in the kitchen.
Hi there.
Idiot.
Yeah. CC here, Chris from Westchester County.
Yeah, okay, I'll grab that.
Hi everyone, and welcome.
Oh, sure. I didn't ask you to speak yet. Gee, some people are rude.
Hi everyone.
Some people are rude.
I know.
Okay.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Okay, that's that one. There we go. I think that'll do for now. I thought Wally had one, but I must have played it the other day. Okay. We're still waiting for you, Sheepy?
I'm ready to go, too.
Oh, okay. I thought we were filling in time for you.
No.
No?
Just tested it. It's working well.
All right. Do you want to borrow Paul's bit of screen?
What?
How are you gonna share what you got?
I'll just share the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to borrow Paul's bit of screen?
What?
Oh dear.
You can play some background music to it. I'm just kidding. All right. But if he feels like he has classical music that comes to mind while watching the lunar eclipse, Paul, by all means, play away. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Okay. Oh, what's this button that's popped up new? Optimize for video clip. Oh, let's just leave it alone.
What do you got? You got options.
Optimize for video clip.
Ah. I got no idea.
It says optimize screen sharing for viewing video clip, which is what we're doing, but what if it messes with it? I don't trust Windows. Okay, let's see. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see. We can see your moose too, so that's okay.
My moose. Yeah, it'll disappear once I click play.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. The silence. Just 8 minutes.
We need 2001 Space Odyssey music, but we get copyrighted for that.
What? Thus spake the Zarathustra.
Yeah, that's the one. I can't pronounce. I never pronounce that.
So these are just the different clips through the different segments of the eclipse. Here we
Okay, Dan, you can go for a ride. Still be listening. Okay. Oh wow, that looks cool. That when it did that, the transition to the.
I bet that's really just Sheepy's thumb.
What, slowly moving across the front of the lens?
yeah. I work for NASA. It's true.
You shill.
I couldn't wait. I was too excited. I just eclipsed it myself.
Hey, wait a minute. You give flat earthers ideas if you say that.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm converting everybody to the flat Earth. Didn't you know that, Terry? I converted C4.
Well, you'll have a bit of hard time converting me.
Really? You think so? Give me some time. Give me some time. You'll see the truth. That's really good footage right there, Sheepy. Mine turned out like worse than a flat earther's.
Yeah.
But better than Travis, right?
No, it was actually proof that a P900 is a better camera than my cell phone. So.
Oh, here comes the music now, Chibi.
Oh, cool.
You felt inspired.
Yeah.
Oh, it stopped. We spooked him.
I can't remember what that piece is called. That's the problem with classical music. You hear something and think, oh, what's this called?
Appropriate. It's Moonlight Sonata.
Oh, of course it is. I'm sorry, I just can't remember the names of bits of classical music. It just. However, if you played me 2 seconds of a Metallica track or an AC/DC track, I go, oh yeah, that's whatever. Tell you what album it was on, what side it was on. Christ, that's showing me age.
The one thing that this shows is different from, say, like normal moon phases, is you wouldn't see this in a comparison when you see it. When it goes to this stage. So no, that's just your lunar. That's just your lunar phases. No, it's not. Not when it gets to here, it's not.
You know, the camera struggles to get any light to the lens at this segment, you know.
Yeah, I bet.
Going from like little exposure to maximum exposure just to
but the moon gives off its own light.
Yeah. It looks good on a small screen, but yeah.
C4 thinks you're intoxicated, Nene, but you're at work, aren't you?
I was pretty happy with it just from the, the handy cam, you know.
Yeah. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe you captured the invisible black moon traveling in front of the flat moon like that. That's amazing. Yeah. Nobody's ever caught that before.
Exactly, right?
You're welcome, Gary.
Is where I tried to turn up the frames, to try and capture any amount of light coming to the camera, So it's got that like flickering effect to it, but you can see it got a little bit brighter.
Did you ever watch that MTV show cartoon back in the 90s called The Max?
The Max?
No? Okay. Yeah.
No.
MAXX. It's about a guy who's homeless, crazy guy who has this big purple mask, and he thinks he's a superhero. And anyway, yeah, there's these little black shadow creatures that smile just like that, and that's all you can see sometimes. It's just like that kind of Cheshire cat smile.
All right. But after seeing this, it makes me really want to get a telescope.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I was debating with them and about it being a dark star, and I said, well, the funny thing is about your dark star is at the actual eclipse, it lights up. You know, the middle of your dark sky lights up, and you can see the moon again. You know, so how does that work? You know, it's meant to be a dark object. Yeah, that didn't work.
Well, it's obviously for the same reason that you can see stars through the moon. It's a holographic projection. So somebody made a hologram of a shadow going across the hologram. It's just that easy. I mean, can't believe you didn't think of that before.
Exactly. You're giving them too much ammunition, that name. You're like a double agent.
Dude, I'm a much better flat earther than the traditional flat earther. I'm really one to think outside the box.
C4's really going hard out there with this Flurf identity.
Yep.
He's having a Flurf life crisis.
Do you?
It can happen at any time.
Get tired of having. See why you're. No, I don't get frustrated and spiral. I think they were trying to bait me into getting spirally or argumentative on Brandon's the other day.
Oh yeah.
They tried.
That's the only way they can win the argument, right? Because then, he's getting angry. He's obviously, you know, not secure in his belief.
I think they were shocked at my demeanour with my answers.
Yeah. There we go.
Well done. Thank you very much.
No.
No worries.
Now can we
Thanks,
see?
Paul.
Can we see it in reverse?
I do have one more thing. Remember, I asked Blue if we could use the scale of the moon, the known moon and Earth, and match up the radius and see whether it worked out. And he said I could. So I thought, okay, well, I'll try.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I took a screenshot of where it had a nice crisp shadow, you know, about halfway across the moon. And I got the, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah.
So you matched the curvature that was the shadow.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I did was, see, I got the equatorial radius and polar radius.
Mm-hmm.
So I doubled them to get the diameter. And so then I made the moon in millimeters. So it's a ratio of that. And the Earth in millimeters, which is this gold ring here. And I selected both of the objects, the two rings, at the current size. So at the small size. And I scaled the two items until the blue ring matched around the moon. And then I simply deselected the objects and moved the ring into place, and it perfectly went on that circle without any more scaling or anything like that. So the flat earthers will claim that I scaled it to fit. But if you look at where it says ratio 27:5, they're saying that the moon is about 27% the Earth. Now, if we put 4 across the equator of the of the Earth, you see that it will overlap more than 100%, telling us that moon is about 27% right there. And so for us to just pull these numbers out of nowhere versus actually have measured them, this is indicative that we do know what we're talking about. And obviously I do have to scale it because of the camera is not able to capture the certain scales, but because we use known ratios, they scale perfectly when matching one equally on the screen. So obviously it's not a precise science, but it's damn close. And if you look at this image, it says lunar eclipse showing the perfect ratio of the known Earth radius. And then underneath it says globe denies if the Earth is not causing the shadow, then what is? And then there's a little gap underneath for you to write your answer.
You shouldn't have left such a big gap. You only need a word. You need a line that's big enough to write magic.
Yeah, but you also need to fit dark body, sonic ether, polar inertia, magnetism, inertial plane, all those things, and they are going to be using crown. So, you do need a little bit of space there. But yep, that's my presentation.
Oh, that's cool.
Well done.
Yeah, it was good. I like that.
Yeah.
Somebody in the side chat said that there's some very, very funny comments appearing in Conspiracy Cat's latest video, and I've just been reading some of them. Ye gods.
Well, we do have
from anyone we know?
Well, Gleam has come out with a classic, and this is one of my favourite subjects again. He was replying to somebody else, and he said, now go away and find out why every single orthographic view is presented with the x-axis a different scale to the y-axis. Bollocks.
What?
Exactly. He still doesn't. This is the very clever and erudite Gleam, who, like every other flat earther, doesn't know what an orthographic projection is. I'm telling you now. I've been drawing in orthographic projection for 34 years. And I have never used different scales on the X and Y axis. That's just absurd.
Why would anybody ever do that?
Exactly. Why? The whole point of us drawing things in orthographic projection is, of course, it being a type of parallel projection. There's no distortion. Everything is dimensionally correct. That's why when you get idiots like Leakey say, oh, draw it in orthographic view. Where's perspective? You don't have perspective in an orthographic projection. That's the whole point of using it. So that it's dimensionally accurate, which is why we use it when we're manufacturing things, while we're putting up buildings, anything like that. You know that when you look at a section or an elevation of your plan, everything is dimensionally accurate.
Oh, you mean the flat Earth proof orthographic in Google?
When they go, well, let's see it orthographically. Basically, all you're doing is you're showing either an elevation. If you say you're looking at a building from the outside, that's an elevation. If you look at a building, you want to take a view through the middle of it, that's a section. But that's all part of an orthographic projection. It's a parallel projection. There's no distortion due to perspective. You don't allow for perspective in it. And even if you do it isographically, where everything's at 30 degrees, it's still dimensionally accurate. Exactly. There's no perspective.
I think it's going funny. Like
Brian Leakey
you start machining it. You start machining it from one side, and then you switch it around the dimension change. Oh shit! I gotta put the middle back.
Exactly. It's absolutely ludicrous. Oh God, I said the word. But and the number one people say, "Wait, you're just showing a side view. Where's perspective? You don't have perspective in it, for crying out loud." And I've had Gleam tell me that I'm wrong. And I've been drawing stuff, like I said, for 30, well, actually longer if you include the technical drawing I did at school, But yeah, I've been doing this for 34 years. I've been using 2D AutoCAD for 20, I don't know how long, 23, 24 years. You don't include perspective. I would never give anybody a drawing and say, here, please make this, but by the way, I've allowed for perspective, because they just hit me. They tell me the Foxtrot Oscar.
I've been doing it for 56 years.
Well, there you go.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work the way Gleam thinks, but Gleam is a numbnuts.
Yes.
I think what screws him up and what gives him the idea is the fact that you absolutely frequently see out of scale stuff done when they're trying to represent things like the solar system.
Yeah.
Just because once you ever try to draw just our corner of the solar system, just from Earth to the sun.
Yeah.
Try to draw that to scale, and I've shown it many times. It's incredibly obnoxious. You can't see a freaking thing.
No.
You've got one little yellow dot over on the left side of the page that's the sun, and a little dot you can't even see on the other side of the screen that's the Earth.
And then they'll say, "Oh, where's the moon?" Yeah, it's that pixel.
Yeah, it's the solar system is just too huge to conveniently represent correctly. And so, yeah, okay, that's probably what he's thinking. But a true orthographic drawing is never done at two different damn scales on the X and Y axis. That would be insanity.
Yeah.
I have an orthographic drawing that I completed for a customer just recently. It looks like I sent them this.
There you go.
Yep.
It was more of, trying to see show what was happening. I mean, each one of these is the exact same size.
Yes.
It's just showing from different angles. I manually rotated some of these, but obviously that's the bottom, So for these to change size all of a sudden, it'll be a hell of a job trying to fit it.
Yeah, I want that top right one drawn to perspective, even though it's orthographic.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they don't understand orthographic projection. And then if you said to them, well, what is it, first or third angle? They wouldn't have a bloody clue what you're talking about, and yet we're the ones who are wrong all the time.
But is it level?
It's horizontal.
Horizontal.
No, it's horizontal. Oh. The T is pretty much silent.
Yeah, Glenn Collins in the chat saying the same sort of thing. There are special cases when you might change the scale, but normally not.
Yeah.
You go out of your way not to do that. It's incredibly obnoxious.
And that's why some of the projects I worked on, just a floor of a building could cover several A1 sheets, because you're drawing everything at the same scale. You're not going to sort of, do the Y-axis at half a scale so you can fit all of the floor on drawing, because straight away you're going to give it to somebody, say, here, can you install all this pipe work? Oh, and by the way, the Y-axis isn't the same scale as the X-axis. Yeah, again, I'm just going to get thumped and told not to take the mickey and go away and give me some proper drawings, please. Yeah, you draw something to scale, but you don't draw something to two scales on the same bloody drawing at the same time. Yeah, oh, the X-axis is to scale, but the Y-axis is a different scale. What?
Yeah. Well, now that your brains have been restored by the discussion and by Sheeple's presentation, how about you put them to the test and let's have a quiz, hey?
Yeah, and I've got, and the last three videos I've got for later is Simon Dan, what else have I got? Yeah, I got the Conspiracy Cats. I think I've got a Simon Dan, and somebody suggested the Slice Barcane, Flat Earth, Brian Leakey versus Orthographics.
Oh, yes.
To finish off up on.
I haven't seen that one, so that'll be good. Yeah.
I watched that this morning over breakfast, and
no spoilers.
No, I won't. But I thankfully I had toast, and you can't spray toast all over your keyboard.
Oh,
Oh my God. Had that been the crunchy nut cornflakes, that might have been a different matter.
and Wally's sending me some private messages again.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
What did you send me this time, Wally?
foxtail.
I
kid.
hope you got some butter with that.
Oh, jeez.
Where did he put it in the wrong place? Now everyone can see it now.
Oh dear.
There's a whole new meaning to butter in your buns.
Certainly does.
Oh, I'll grab that. I'll grab Wally. There you are, Wally. I've got you.
Righto. Here we go then. Question 1. Same old format as usual. Now you get 10 questions and you get the clues bit by bit. Okay.
What, are we putting the answers in our internal chat? Like
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We're allowed to have more than one guest now because of the clue system. That Paul does.
Oh right, okay. They're that hard, are they?
That's a bit. That's a bit weird, though.
Farmers hasn't experienced this sort of quiz yet.
No, it's been a while.
The butt pucker. The butt pucker 31.
Okay, question 1. In June 1982, the corpse of Banco Ambrosiano chairman Robert Calvi was found hanging from a bridge over this river.
The names would have to be a clue, definitely.
All right.
Names.
Well, how many rivers could there be?
Yeah, but I'm thinking of their names as a clue. Or it could be a clue.
One-eyed Jim, that's
One-eyed
right.
One-eyed Jim's going for that. Okay. Now, One-eyed Jim's allowed another guess.
That's not correct.
What about that one?
Not correct. So your second clue is that children nicknamed mudlarks would enter this river at low tide to scavenge its garbage.
Ah, farmer.
What?
That's what I was going to say.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah. We do have a correct answer in the internal chat.
Yay.
I know, but somebody typed quicker than me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not the timer.
Oh, I remember how this works. You just got to be able to type quick.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that's
now
right.
Now you remember.
And yes, Irish Stew has come up with the correct answer in the peanuts. So it is the River Thames. So all the other clues you get now, they were all the other clues.
Yeah, that mudlarking one, I think, gave it away straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah. According to John Burns' quote, the Mississippi is muddy water, but this river is liquid history.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a good that description.
Yeah.
And the last clue...
This river regularly froze over during the Little Ice Age, allowing peasants to hold frost fairs on its frozen surface. There you go.
Yep.
During the mid-19th century, a disease and waste-infested portion of this river emitted a scent referred to as the Great Stink.
Yeah, that's where they shut all the windows in the Parliament House because they stunk up at Parliament.
Yeah.
Yeah, George Frederick Handel composed the water music for a monarch's pleasure barge outing on this river. That should have given it away. Yeah. Viking attacks on this river's banks are the possible inspiration for a folk song that describes a bridge over it as falling down, falling down. Which bridge would that be?
Yeah, I wonder which bridge that would be.
Oh, might that be London Bridge?
Yeah.
Which, of course, isn't
this river
Tower
that
Bridge.
flows through London. It is the River Thames. All right. Well done. So that was an easy question.
It's not the only river that flows through London, but it's the only one that you can see because all the others are now underground.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question 2. The mercenary pirate Eustace the Monk was executed in a battle while supporting this group in a conflict named for them.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Blimey.
If you can get the answer on the first clue, you're going well.
You're doing pretty well. Yeah.
A conflict named for them. No. No, not the first one. Blimey.
What did Blue put in the Eternals? Thames equals...
Thames equals Tim's. Friggin' limeys.
Okay.
Oh dear.
All right, no one yet. So these people were damaged by their loss in the Battle of Sandwich after their 2 sieges of Dover were repulsed by Hubert de Burgh. Or is it Burrow?
Berg.
Sieges of Dover.
I think that would still be Berg. The Battle of
Yeah.
Sandwich.
Yeah.
That must have been a bloody good sandwich.
It was the last one left.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing.
It's mine.
To the death, then.
Mm.
Well, it was a bacon sandwich.
Mm.
I ain't got a clue. I'm probably going to kick myself when I know the answer, but I haven't.
Not the War of the Roses, Carl Edwards. No.
No, it's a group.
That conflict's name for this group was ended by the Treaty of Lambeth, also known as the Treaty of Kingston.
This could well be a part of my country's history that I'm completely unaware of.
As the clues get more, you'll probably come to realise who the group is.
Dora's got it.
Battle of the Baguette. No. Not the Battle of Dover, Blue. Not
Yeah,
the Battle of
Wally, I've
Dover.
got your thing. Oh, in the
Right,
sausage
your next
place.
clue is?
He calls it the sausage place.
Yeah. This group crowned the future King Louis VIII at St. Paul's Cathedral. Not Battle of the Bands.
Battle of the Bands. Let's have a rock off. No,
These people were led by Robert Fitzwalter in a conflict where they were defeated by William Marshall.
I haven't heard of any of these people.
Haven't you?
No.
Okay. Not the Gothic War.
We didn't do this at school, I'm bloody sure.
Yeah, a group.
Not the Battle of the Bulge.
No, that was the Ardennes, 1944.
Yeah. Stephen Langton supported negotiations between this group and their monarch after he lost at the Battle of Bouvines, resulting in a document signed by these people at Runnymede in 1215.
Runnymede 1215.
Did that help you? Did it, Farmer?
Not the Jacobites.
But it's still, I know what was signed at Runnymede in 1215, but I still haven't got a fucking clue.
not the Huguenots. No. Name this
goodness.
class of English landholders who signed the Magna Carta with King John.
I don't know.
We do have.
That's what I was thinking.
We have an answer. We have a correct answer in the internal chat.
Okay.
We do.
Why not?
Yes.
Everybody copy that answer.
That solidified it for me right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the last clue gave? Did you get it from the last clue?
And we have S. Thurston II and Spicky Bed have correct answers as well. It was the Barons.
A conflict named for them. I've never heard of that. Never heard of that.
Well, there you go. You have now.
Oh, yeah, I have now, but
yeah.
I don't think we really covered this part of English history at school, to be honest.
I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked that there was a question about barons and Baron Munchausen was not a clue.
Okay.
And that's just
opportunity
missed.
Okay, put on your science hat now.
Oh,
Question 3.
An
integral differential equation in the time domain can be used to analyze the behavior of a system undergoing the hysteretic type of this phenomenon?
Oh.
42.
369.
I mean, I understood individual words in that clue.
Same here.
Yeah.
But when you put them all together like
I know
that,
that they were mostly English words. I do recognize that.
blancmange.
Oh dear.
Oh God.
Not oscillation, Carl. Another method for determining the extent of this phenomenon involves calculating the logarithmic decrement.
I'm sure it does.
Not refraction. Menopause, no.
Anything Lindsay.
Anything Lindsay says. No. Okay. Alan would have got it on this clue probably. For a series RLC circuit, the coefficient describing this process equals 1 over the resistance times the square root of the inductance over the capacitance.
Oh. Something.
We have a correct answer in the internal chat. Well done, Big Blue.
All right.
Is that it? That word? Just one single word?
I just keep.
That's it.
I thought it
I
was...
write the word
Not
that's
voltage,
correct.
not fall off of light.
Okay.
One quantity that describes the effect of this phenomenon equals 2 pi times the ratio of energy stored to energy dissipated per cycle and is known as the Q factor. Derpity.
I feel by writing the answer.
Elmigs,
maybe
you've got
one
the
day I'll
first letter
retain
correct. You got the first letter correct, Elmigs. Smooshing.
It's pure capacitance, Joe.
And you're saying Alan would have known this? He should have.
He
Yeah,
probably
definitely,
would have.
definitely.
Yeah.
He would have got it from the first
Yeah.
circuit question.
Yeah. When the coefficient describing this phenomenon is equal to the resonant frequency, it occurs in a critical fashion. It's not resonance, not capacitance. No. I'll give you another quick clue then. Name this phenomenon which reduces the amplitude of a harmonic oscillator over time.
Oh, that would have been a good question.
That's
I mean,
the easy
clue.
clue.
Now, why didn't you have that first? Good grief.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Yeah, reduces as a
Q-
clue.
Q-
clue in that
Factor.
well,
And we finally have it with
Hey.
spooky bed air.
Yes,
Yay,
spooky.
bed air.
Nice.
It's damping. Yes, you're correct. It's damping. Well
Oh,
done.
there was a damn picture with underdamped and overdamped.
Yeah,
I think at that point I could have got it.
Yeah, I'll
you
look at
probably
that, yeah.
would have. Yeah.
I'm only typing these answers in to try and have some semblance of retention.
Right. Question 4. In one work, this extremely pale woman is surrounded by solid red and blue figures and has her blouse popped open to reveal a weirdly spherical breast.
Righto.
This doesn't sound familiar whatsoever.
Is this art?
Yes.
All right. Got the field.
Well, she's got one breast.
I've got a funny
Well,
feeling
she's got one out, Terry.
Yeah, she's popped one out. I've got a funny feeling this is a work of art I've never seen.
All righty.
I'm going by the
I just want to
description.
correct Almigs out there. It's converge, merge, and disappear. Just for you.
Hang on. I'm getting you some advice. What's that? What do you think it is? Okay.
Hey, you've got a brains trust. That's not fair.
Squeak.
Yeah, no coaching, Palmer.
Squeak,
no coaching.
you're not a lot of help.
we do have a correct answer out in the peanuts. All right. In another work, this woman is surrounded by a collage of buttocks from pornographic magazines. Who is the woman?
Oh.
Wouldn't have a clue.
Not Janet Jackson. No.
That was the one she did
Yeah.
on stage, wasn't it? On one of her
Oh, so it
shows?
must be Reader's Wives 1979. Yes, I'm sure my cat does know the answer, but I'm not.
Jean Fouquet modelled this woman on Charles VII's mistress, while Chris Ofili controversially depicted this woman partly made of elephant tongue.
Ugh. I got no idea. I can't even guess.
Britney
Britney
Spears.
Spears.
One painting of this woman shows her pushing one child toward another, while another shows her reading to those children playing with a bird.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
And Farmer's Boy has it now in the internal chat.
Oh, really?
Well done. Yes.
I thought I'd better specify which.
Yeah, which one? Yeah, which one?
Yeah.
Although actually, given these descriptions, it could easily have been the other.
We'll go through all the clues anyway.
Did you see her book?
Giotto placed this woman on a geometrically shaped throne in a blue robe surrounded by angels.
Has to be.
And versions of this woman, of the goldfinch and of the rocks, were created by Raphael and Da Vinci.
Respectively.
Yeah, name this woman, usually represented holding Jesus, her son. That should give it away.
Not yet. Not out. Not out. The peanuts haven't got it yet.
Oh, well, one got it earlier. But I was just stretching it out because there are a couple of answers. All right.
Oh, so that's the first one. Oh, I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
Don't recognise that one at all.
It is a weirdly spherical breast too, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
I don't
Botched.
I don't think that person actually seen one in real life.
Quite possibly.
And the answer was the Virgin Mary or Madonna.
Fallen Madonna with the big boobies.
Yes.
Yes. That's why I said not the singer. But then again, if you'd looked at her book that she brought out, it could have been.
Yeah. Okay, question 5. A portion of this project, codenamed Hamatong, was transported by operatives disguised as the Tonica sisters.
Oh, Hamatong.
So it's the project that we're after, the name of the project, what the thing is.
Stop. Hamatong. No, I think we're going to need another clue or two for this one.
All right. A tripartite architecture for this structure was designed by Raith Sinar.
Next clue.
Yeah, that's about as useful as a handbrake on a boat.
Okay. Not the Manhattan Project, no.
No, that was too.
That didn't really get transported anywhere, did it?
No.
Jeez.
Zooks performed research on this project without realizing its end goal. Her prototype was built at Moore installation.
Yeah, more clue, I think.
I'm waiting to hear the Brains Trust.
Okay.
We'll give you another clue quickly then there. Another engineer on this system was forcibly recruited by Orson Krennic before escaping with his wife and child.
This is the part where I throw my paper and pen off the table.
No, keep it because you'll get it before the picture. I'm sure you will.
Okay. Stab in the dark.
Nope, that's not right, Farmer's Boy. It's not the Enigma machine. That man's kyber crystal-based plans were stolen from a base on Edu by Cassian Andor and Jin Erso, whose father Galen left an hot rat-sized weakness in it.
Kyber crystal.
And we have a winner out in the peanuts.
And in here as well, then.
We do. We do as well. Well done. Well done. First one was Clive Wells.
Yeah.
Bloody
That
hell.
small, you would have got it on this
Fiction.
one, Sheeple. That small thermal exhaust port
yeah.
leading to its main reactor made this installation vulnerable to a well-placed photon torpedo. That would have given it to
that
you.
would have given it to me.
I was starting to
Yeah.
suspect
Stay on
it on
target.
I was starting
Yeah.
to suspect it on the third clue, but when the fourth one had Womp Rat in it, I thought, yeah, it's the bloody Death Star plans.
Yeah. Name this super weapon developed by the Empire, which was blown up by Luke Skywalker in A New Hope.
Goodness me.
And of course, it was the Death Star, or DS-1 orbital battle station.
Now, one thing that's always puzzled me, and they obviously
God.
changed the design of this, in the Star Wars films, when you see the technical blueprints of the Death Star, the gun is mounted on the equatorial ring, isn't it? If you any of the plans that come up in Star Wars, when they show the hologram of the Death Star, that big dish that's the gun isn't where you see it. It's always shown mounted on that equatorial belt.
Because it was done by government contractors.
Must have been. At some point, they changed the design of the Death Star whilst they were making the film, and they didn't bother going back. And I suspect the hologram plans show what it was going to look like, and then when they built the model, they changed it. And I don't think they bothered going back and redoing anything. Ever since I first watched a film, it's like, hang on a minute, those plans are wrong. That's not what it looks like.
That threw me for a 6, that one, I tell you.
Okay, here's a tough one. One man at this event claimed he had a sign that come to him since he was a child.
Oh. That's not vague at all. Oh, shit.
A participant at this event agreed that it was expedient and customary to trust generals rather than one's fathers and brothers on military matters.
Oh. What was my thing?
Not the Burning Man, not cheese rolling, no.
Not my guess either, then.
No, not that.
Okay.
Considerably earlier.
Right, considerably earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we've got a
One account of this event comes from Hermogenes, while in another account, a man asks for a favor, saying, "When my sons are grown up, I would ask you, O my friends, to punish them, and I would have you trouble them as I have troubled you." Not Waterloo, not Genghis Khan, no.
No. No clue.
No, keep on going then.
Hermo.
After it was claimed that he believed the sun to be stone, one man at this event asked, "Do you think you are accusing Anaxagoras?"
Christ, we are going back in time, aren't we?
We are.
I'm
You
trying
know
to
how
think
far
what
back now, don't you?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think
Mortal
what the
Kombat?
event could be. I mean,
I thought
Not
it
the
was
Trojan
Anatomel.
Wars.
Jeez.
no.
The central figure of this event called himself a gadfly in response to being charged with atheism and corrupting the youth.
No, I do not have a clue.
No, you
Even
lost
though
me.
Well, I
been
know
given
I know who that person is, but I don't know what event. That
Well, think of what the event would be where he was accused of this. What would they call that? Invasion by the Huts.
I don't know. I'm drawing a complete blank.
Yeah, this is.
Okay. Name this event depicted in Apologias by Xenophon and Plato, in which an Athenian philosopher was sentenced to death.
And here's another gaping hole in my history education.
Okay, we've got.
I think I've got it.
We've got. If we combine Spooky Bedhair's answer with Milkman Dan's answer.
Oh, right.
You get the one-eyed Jim to everyone is correct.
Oh, okay. So I knew the part. I just didn't know what bit you were talking
Trial
about.
of Socrates.
Yeah, the same with Glenn Corrins. It was the trial of Socrates. Yeah.
A very little known quote of Socrates was, "I drank what?"
Yeah.
No, it's Socrates. It's clearly
Socrates.
Yes.
Yeah,
Socrates.
Yeah.
Damn, Bill and Ted, you let me down.
Okay. That was a tough one.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, because the others were a breeze.
Yeah, the others were so simple.
Okay, question 7. The power of these organizations was diminished by the Hearts 4 plan, which was part of the Agenda 2010. So we're after a particular type of organizations.
Yes, Wally, I've got it.
Yeah. That's correct, Elmlings. Nobody expects the trial of Socrates.
But they did expect the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that.
Not the EU. No. The philosophy of one of these organizations was derived from the essay Thesis on Hope and Hopelessness, and leaders of it were given one-way passports to leave their home country.
Ooh.
Rebel alliances. Well, I guess they could be they're kind of our rebel alliances, but
no.
Federal level unemployment agency.
You rebels.
Types of organizations. What are these organizations? These organizations and political parties joined in a sacred bond to support World War I in France.
Shouldn't that be the other way round?
Not the IEC.
Shouldn't that be support France in World War One?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't support World War One in France, but you'd support France in World War One. Now, who's supporting France in World War One?
Yeah.
Well, I personally supported World War One in France because I didn't want it in America. So that's why.
Okay. No, that's.
We have a correct answer out in the peanuts.
Oh.
We have a wiener.
We have a wiener. Yeah. They negotiated the never implemented Grenelle agreements. And the next clue is the most influential one of them in Germany is IG Metall, while the largest in France is the CGT.
Yeah, they're dying a death over here.
Making sense yet?
Well,
one of these organisations was the most prominent negotiator at the Round Table talks, which led to the resignation of General Jaruzelski.
I mean, I've seen the answer, and out of all those answers,
and you know it now.
I know what it is, so I'm not gonna write it down because that makes sense now.
That would be cheating.
Yep.
Exactly.
Hey, and I've got to drive, so I'll be listening in.
Okay.
Righto. One of them agitated at the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk and was led by Lech Walesa.
Now, I remember watching that on the news. That was
big
early
news.
80s, early mid 80s, I think. Yeah.
Yep. Name these organisations that included Poland's solidarity. And we finally have Clive Wells in it on as well as Spooky Bed Hair. The correct answer was unions.
Yeah.
Okay. Question 8. One visitor trying to get to this place ends up in New France instead on his first attempt. When he finally reaches it, he argues with Domingo Gonzalez that humans have no souls.
Ooh, that sort of vaguely rings a bell, but no.
New France.
No?
No.
Okay. A wannabe playwright alerts his inventor neighbor to a zazoo humming noise he is making before they get high on some fungus in this place.
The zoo.
Could it just be written they had some
Not
magic
Lilliput,
mushrooms?
not Haiti. All right. They travel to this place for a capsule of the gravity-defying cavorite and find cow-like creatures herded by insectoid natives whom Bedford escapes in an H.G. Wells novel named after the first man in this place.
Oh, bloody hell.
That did it for the Peanuts and from Farmer's Boy as well.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, that was too easy.
Well done, Spooky Bed Hair and Irish Stew. Yeah. Cyrano de Bergerac and Baron Munchausen. There you go. There's your Baron Munchausen.
Hey, Baron Munchausen.
Claimed to have travelled to this place, which is hit in the eye in a George Melly's movie.
I would have got it.
And this one, if you didn't get it from this clip, Galileo discovered craters on this body, which was probably created by a collision with the Earth. Name this body, which was visited by Neil Armstrong. You
should have done that one first. We all would have.
And if you didn't get any of the worded clues,
I would have said NASA headquarters because he never went to the moon.
I would have said Mrs. Armstrong.
And that moon's fake. It's upside down.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's the right way up.
People did a presentation on it earlier.
Yeah. Question 9. This process in an electron is calculated from velocity and polarization 4 vectors, as well the field strength tensor in the Bargman-Mikkel-Telegdi equation.
Easy for you to say. Blimey.
That's you should know the answer straight away, hey?
Oh, exactly.
No.
Exactly, right? I mean, why'd you make it so easy?
Right. One form of this process causes a change in the Pauli-Lubansky pseudovector and is caused by the composition of 2 non-collinear Lorentz boosts leading to a Wigner rotation.
Yeah, I'm offering you.
I'm just waiting for the turbo encapsulation to come into it.
the Marsel veins. Not electron spin. Not humping shells. Not jumping shells? No. Relativistic corrections to this process are named after Thomas de Sitter and Lenz Thirring, while its Lamore form occurs in magnetic moments. Not excitement, no.
I'm sure I'll get on the next one.
This process was measured for Mercury's perihelion as a confirmation for general relativity.
I meant the next one.
Well, you should know it from this one if you've argued enough flat Earth. And Clive Wells has it.
Ah.
Oh,
Well done. Well done, Clive. This process is angular velocity equals torque over moment of inertia times spin angular velocity. That torque-induced type of this process occurs in gyroscopes and tops. Name this phenomenon. The change in the axis of rotation of a spinning body is its precession.
Which is why our North Polar Star doesn't always remain the same.
Exactly, because
the whole process takes, what was it 27,000 years or something?
Yeah. Well done, Clive.
Yes, well done, Clive. I haven't got a bloody clue what that lot was on about.
All right. Question 10. Patting these objects is compared to touching phalluses in an article titled Sex and Death in the Rational World of certain intellectuals, written by Carol Conn.
Patting.
There's nothing
patting
to do
these objects.
I was going to say nothing to do with cats. Okay.
No.
I hope not. Because I stroke my cats a lot.
Is it bags of sand? I mean, I can't type. So
it's not bags of sand. It's not bags of sand.
Oh, okay.
Not dildos and not pillows. Not pineapples.
And that's not how you
I can't spell the damn word, I don't think.
Not eggs. Okay. With Max Singer and Oscar Rubhausen, a theorist about these things, founded the Hudson Institute. Not Buddha's tummy. No. Not penguins. Not bananas. Not not what's that? Bladheads. I think he means blackheads. Not cucumbers. No. All right. They provide the stability in the stability-instability paradox. Not roses. Not obelisks. Not sunflowers. Lemon's brain. No. That definitely doesn't provide stability. Not statues. Near accidents involving them were the subject of Eric Schlosser's book, Command and Control.
Near accidents.
And we have a correct answer. Scott Sagan wrote a book presenting a debate about these things in opposition to co-writer Kenneth Waltz. Game theory was applied to the use of these things by people like Herman Kahn and Rand Corporation, at the Rand Corporation. Not neutrinos. We have a couple of correct answers out in the peanuts now, and also from Big Blue in the internal chat. Well done to Irish Stew first with nuclear weapons. Yeah.
What a time for my internet connection to drop.
Yeah. The use of these things is inconceivable because of the fear being wiped out by a second strike, according to deterrence theory. Name these weapons who could have caused mutually assured destruction. You would have got it at that one. They are nuclear warheads or nuclear weapons.
You can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Do you want to play a game?
Nuclear weapons. There you go.
Global thermonuclear war.
Yeah.
Well done. So all of the answers did go off. There wasn't one where we didn't have an answer. So there you go. That's good.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed that. Well, some of it.
There you go.
Well,
that was fun as always, Paul.
I think given those questions, I'm quite happy to have an overall score of 3.
That was, in fact, very humbling. Thank you.
I'd like to
There
at
you go.
least get one right, but that Death Star one I could have got that one right, but that's not quite.
I'm with farmers. If I get 3 of those right, I feel pretty damn smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't get them in time. Other people, the last couple of clues were normally the one where I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you
for
would have
some
got
of
it
them.
before you would have got it before the picture clue each time, though, wouldn't have you, Sheeple?
Yeah. Except for the damping one, I had no clue. I was just writing down what the answer was. To, like I said, try retain it in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was humbling though. It's like I don't think I know anything. Well, that confirms it.
I don't remember doing. I mean, I don't remember an awful lot of the history that I did at school because at the time I just wasn't interested. How bizarre is that? But the Battle of the Barons, no. When you said Runnymede, I thought, oh, Runnymede. That was the that's Magna Carta, because you shouldn't say the Magna Carta. But the Battle of the Barons, I don't actually remember reading doing anything on that. There are obviously gaps in my knowledge of history, particularly
C4.
my own bloody country. Of course you did C4, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
You got them all right. How embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Go to your room, C4.
Let's just scroll back and see if you wrote anything at all. Venus flytrap. Interesting. Dildos.
Dildos.
Dildo.
Dildo.
Reverse electro micro alas. Been reading from Glemon's diary.
Yeah. Isn't Runnymede a bad English wine? I suppose it could be.
Man, I haven't had mead forever. Give me some.
Mead is that drink of the gods, isn't it? Like real strong.
Yeah, which one's
drink.
spooky?
Based on honey.
Technically, that was ambrosia, but yeah, mead's a pretty close second.
I was watching a Netflix show called Ragnarok.
Is any good?
It's not in English, but there's an English dubbing, and it's not too bad once you realize their mouths aren't matching what they're saying. You get past it. But I like it though. I like the story. It's cool.
Okay, who knows
So,
equations?
Sheeple, do you live in a place with a funny name? Do you live in a place with a funny name?
Oh, not really.
I do.
Imagine if you lived in a place.
Shitterton.
Imagine if you lived there.
Oh, dude.
That place has really gone down the shitter.
Shitted on.
Or here.
Oh.
Really shouldn't be looking at these while I'm driving. I'll set that down.
We can read them out.
No, I haven't got many of them, so don't worry, Terry. It's not going to go for long.
What's that? What's that?
Oh dear. Please drive carefully.
Fingering what?
Ah, sandy balls, yeah.
That's a bit rough.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody. Please don't laugh. Why wouldn't you change it after all those years, you know?
Oh, I think you would, wouldn't you? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Right next to Lemon Village.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Modified.
And you see someone's put the inch sign next to the 12. Yeah.
Gotta know that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah. St. Louis du Ha.
Some for the exclamation marks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goddamn.
Yay. That obviously means something else in a different language.
I hope so.
Yeah. Probably pronounced Penistone, right? Yeah.
I hope so.
It's a vibratory octave, penis tone.
Yeah.
Dirty.
G'day, Terry.
Titties.
Now this is where I'd like to live. Welcome to beer.
I wouldn't be
Good
driving,
maps
I'd be
open.
stopped.
The Jurassic Coast, so that's somewhere down on the south coast, probably heading towards the
Yeah.
southwest.
Oh no!
Cobbler's knob. Yeah.
Weather capital.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Nope, not going there.
That's right next to Gabriel, or it's in it. It's in
Yeah.
Gabriel.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's all I had. So Terry can take over now.
Beer is in East Devon. There's a Beer Head Bistro. There's Beer Head, which is a spit of land jutting out into. There's a Beer Beach. Huh. Might have to go there. Wonder what the beer's like.
I had a meme to show, but I can't find it. Oh.
You've got to go and have a beer and beer, right?
I think so. It's just seeing if that's anywhere near where I'm liable to go. Where's the Tank Museum? There's the Tank Museum. It's past Weymouth. Might have to go check that out.
I've lost it. It's not there. Well, I got a Where's Wally video that he sent me that no one else will.
He's in Discord.
Yeah, I know he's hiding in there. It's from the cutting room floor, he said, so it hasn't been published. So.
Oh,
okay.
But I'm not going to tell you which one it is, so the Peanuts have already been told which one to vote. I've only got four. I've got 4 videos here. So I've got 2. I've got Sign Man, Conspiracy, Sly, and Wally. Carl votes for Wally. Dora votes for 4. I'll play Wally first then. I know you can hear me in Discord, Wally. Okay. There we go. I don't know if there's any sound.
Oh, this is for the levelling of Eric. Bubbles in space. Around the 20-minute mark.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Eric, like most flatties, loves to repeat this meme, yet he never researched this. I guess if he did, he would not be a flat earther, would he? Well, Eric, that white stuff coming out of the airlock at the start of an EVA from the ISS is water. Here, let past Wally explain. A spacesuit is cooled by a super simple piece of kit called a heat rejection porous plate sublimator. Well, how does it work? Well, think about a wet t-shirt for a second. Yes, we can see it's cold. Okay, you got that thought? Well, evaporation. So the water phase, changing from liquid to the vapour, sucks up heat to do that phase change. Well, water sublimating, going from solid through liquid to vapour, sucks up even more. It's a double phase change. And what is this magic heat rejection porous plate sublimator, I hear you ask? Well, it's a plate of sintered metal. It allows the liquid water to pass through it. And it has the vacuum on the outside and the 5 psi of O2 pressure on the inside. So the water is pushed through this plate. Water's not sucked through the plate by the vacuum, wake up yourself. It's pushed through the plate by the pressure inside the suit. But once it hits the vacuum, it evaporates, it cools, it freezes, and it seals the plate. So it keeps sublimating and keeps cooling the plate. The liquid then can be cooled on the inside, and the metal conducts the heat to the ice, and some of that ice sublimates. And it stays sealed, and any water passing through the plate freezes almost instantly. But now when it's first turned on, the plate is warm, the water is warm, and it passes easily through the plate. It spits a bit of water over the inside of the airlock. And this is the source of the bubbles that we often see Flatties referring to during the initial stages of a spacewalk. It's just water ice spitting out of the, wait for it, heat rejecting porous plate sublimator. So why look at just one thing floating around in space when you can have hundreds? Nobody does space hacking better than a Russian with a huge knife. Here is one hacking into the Soyuz to inspect the hole that they repaired from the inside. Let's have a look at it from the outside. Man, look at those bits and pieces going left, right and centre all over the place. No particular direction, but whichever direction they pick, they just keep going in it.
You can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous. When I saw it, I was like, this is a joke.
Now, as for the NBL, Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory images of the training sessions, they highlight one very obvious point that you, Eric, and your flatmates don't know about, or choose to ignore. So look at the difference in the apparent sizes of the faces inside the exact same helmet. Any ideas why, Eric? Maybe you sit cross-legged and think about it for a second. Of course, it's refraction. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. See, the water outside Jeanette's helmet has an SG of 1, and that nothing outside of Drew's helmet has an SG of 0. So that makes a lot of difference for the light coming from inside the helmets to outside. Do you notice that her face appears about half the size of Drew's? Now this is how you can tell whether the image was taken in the neutral buoyancy lab or actually in outer space. So Eric, not in a pool, in a vacuum. Sorry, dude.
Very good.
What's the matter, Elmix? Why is Wally showing this video? There's a perfect picture there earlier.
I think he's referring to that image of the young lady in the wet t-shirt.
Oh, did we miss that one?
No, I didn't.
I forgot what he was talking about there for a minute.
Oh, there she was.
There she is.
There she is.
I don't know. I got no idea what they were talking about at the time. Something about being cold.
Yes. Yes. Cold water and evaporation.
Hmm.
I'm sure it was proof of curvature, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It would have served that purpose as well, yeah. Because water never curves. Oh, hang on a minute. That was showing that it does. Oh, dear.
Dora's saying behave.
We are.
Yeah.
We are behaving. I believe you'll find it's called Men Behaving Badly. Oh, it's a good name for a TV show.
Yeah. I was just thinking of that.
Yeah.
Okay, Sly, Conspiracy, or Simon? Vote now.
Will forever hold thy peace.
Yeah, she ain't flat, so globe proof. I didn't see any refraction.
I wasn't looking for any.
Well, I've got it.
Although, of course, it could be very slight, so you might have to go back and closely study said picture.
Yeah, we might have to do that.
Yeah.
Educational purposes, of course.
Yeah, we might have to count the pixels and do a comparison.
Listen, you know, some things, Terry, they just need to be done. So,
well, you could do your
Yep.
radius calculation like you
I
did for the lunar eclipse, couldn't
That's
you?
true. It's true. I could make up all sorts of math.
See
It's what you blobbers are good at. Making up math.
Aren't you supposed to be not talking while you're driving?
No, he's
Well,
not
no, it's
typing
not
while he's driving.
I'm not typing yet.
But isn't talking just as bad?
Not that I'm aware of. Plus, I'm at a red light, so I think that's safe.
Okay.
You sure it's not green?
Well, it is green now, so I'm going to hush.
As long as it's not a red and blue light.
Yeah.
Check it out. 2 moons. I wonder who this video is from.
Yeah, I don't know.
Could be
no
Solomon
idea.
Mm.
I haven't watched Sly for a while. Doesn't bring him out as much as he used to.
No.
Sly Spars Kane. Interesting.
Something out in orthographic view because he stated it was impossible for two opposing people on the globe watching ships sail away from them toward the other person that both ships would appear to go down to the observers. He said this can't be modeled out. It should also be noted that he's never made a demonstration to show how this doesn't
Is Brian,
work.
don't tell me Brian isn't...
You say there's some...
Is he copying SE's double hump thing or trying to reinterpret it? That's what it seems.
Well,
it seems like it.
Yeah, this is from last year. So,
oh, okay.
SE Montreal doesn't generally come up with these things himself.
No, he's not smart enough.
No.
Okay.
The skateboard paradox, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Or derpadox.
To show how this doesn't work.
Hey, there's...
Oh, there's farmers.
Yeah, well, hello, farmers.
You say there's some things you debunk everything. And you say you do models. Okay, draw me a model with 2 men standing 10 miles apart with a boat next to each one of them, facing each other on an island or whatever. Okay, now show them, but it's just the simple shit that there's no explanations for that kind of give me a hitch. Like, you can't model on ball 2 boats going toward the center 10 miles apart and they're both going down. That doesn't work, man. It works with the sun, yeah, because they say it's far away, but it doesn't work in real life, man.
As the discussion progressed, the 2 people became husbands, sending their wives off to another man. So I modeled it out, making a simple 2D orthographic model, and making it so I can move the parts. Okay, so first of all, and I've attached them all to little things in here so I can move them along the surface here. That's all. You know, I got a guy here. Okay, this is husband 1. This is husband 2. Okay, and then they put their wives for a wife swap over the ocean.
In the middle.
No, hold on a second. Slow your roll.
We're on it, Brian. We're on it.
Okay, so look. Now, as the boat moves away from guy 1 and he watches his wife sail off into the distance into the arms of another man. Okay. Then I was just about to explain to him why each boat appeared to go down from their departure points. Now you see the line between the bottom of the boat and the guy's eyesight and the top of the boat and the guy's eyesight? You see that?
Don't you fucking dare show perspective bullshit. Show me orthographic. Just the way we do things.
This is orthographic,
we do everything
you moron.
orthographic.
This is orthographic,
okay,
you moron. Hello.
Back it up,
Brian, this is orthographic. You absolute moron.
Why won't you show? Dude, shut the fuck up.
Hey, no swearing, Brian. That's twice.
Why don't you show what I'm trying to fucking draw?
Brian,
That's what I drew what you asked for. I drew what you asked for. And this is
Two
also
guys
defining it
with
a
a
lot
dot in the
better than
middle.
you ever thought it did. Now, just hush.
Just draw two guys with a dot in the middle.
Why would I need a dot? What's the dot in the middle? You want a dot in the middle? I'll draw you a
bottom of
fucking
the
dot in
M.
the middle. Here, look. Here's
And
a
show
dot in the
two
middle.
guys at the same time. Show
Here's
two
a dot in
guys
the
at the
middle.
same time.
Brian, no more F-bombs, Brian, or you'll be gone.
All right, my
Brian,
bad.
what's the dot in the middle for? I got it right here. There you go. Dot in the middle.
Show me
What do
down.
you
Show
want
me
it
two
for?
guys at the same time. I want to see two guys at the same time.
Two guys. One guy here, one guy here. Orthographic.
Can't see it yet.
Go.
We're still waiting
They've
to see
been
it.
there the whole time, homie.
No, they're not. All you're showing is lines.
I can see them.
Here's guy number one. Little stick figure number one. Here's
Okay,
guy
now back
number
up.
two. Stick figure number two.
Okay.
I showed this in the beginning.
Okay, now back up. All right, now back up. Now draw me a dot in the middle. Back up where I can see both guys. And draw me a dot in the
I
middle.
got both guys on the damn screen. Are you that blind?
Okay.
Yes.
Now, okay.
Then this happened. And a dot in the
Now,
middle. What do you want?
How is that thing gonna go down in both of the, from away from both of them?
Am I not showing that to you with the boats? Look.
Dude, you got a sideways view. I want to see orthographic. You're trying to include perspective, dude.
Oh my
And there you go.
There you go.
Dude,
That's it.
you're
That was
slick.
it.
No, I see why your name is Sly. Because you're a
Jose.
slick motherfucker, ain't you?
Brian,
You're a slick
Brian.
motherfucker.
You're showing sideways view, Sly. I want to see it in orthographic.
Yeah. What a numbnut.
What a knobhead.
All
Yeah.
the information
Oh,
goes up to the
that is so
definition of
funny.
orthographic.
Dude, he won't even show a sideways view. It'll kill him to show a sideways
It
view.
is sideways
And at that
view.
point, Jose booted him from the stream because of his language. I'm pretty sure that Brian does not know that orthographic means two-dimensional without depth. And in this instance, it's just simply a 2D side view. Now, we could just assume that he slipped up on his word usage and meant to say, and thereby wanted to see, another form of demonstration. Well, this outburst was just under a year ago. In that time, he had plenty of time to look up the word orthographic, and maybe not really apologize, but say, my bad, I meant to say whatever the word that he meant to say was. But no, there's been a few other occasions on Jose's where he maintains that I didn't do an orthographic view demonstration. Even yesterday.
Want to give a big thank you and big shout out to Sly Sparkane for the 666 super chat. Thank you, Sly. He say Brian BD should have done his demo in orthographic mode so that Brian can understand it. Beer the Devil, you should have done your demo in orthographic mode so Brian can understand it. Shout out to Sly, good one, man. Beer the
Yeah, it's
Gammon.
still funny. He don't know what orthographic is. Asking to pull up orthographic, he still makes it huge and slightly sideways.
Hey,
When I ask him to put it in orthographic, he still does it head on, kind of
Let's get Beer the
sideways. He
Devil,
was
bro.
scared to do an orthographic that day.
Hey, let's get bearded. This is a continuation.
So, Brian, here's a great write-up about what orthographic means. Or even here in Wikipedia. Please learn it, because you're making yourself look silly. Oh, and by the way, with the majority of flat earth demonstrations that I do in 3ds Max, I saved the model that I made that day, and I haven't touched it since. So here's the conclusion of what you claimed could not be modeled in orthographic view using the exact same model that I made live that day. So here's the model. Same way we left it, even with that obscure little dot thing in the middle. Whatever that was for.
Correct.
Here's the little control dummies that I have on there. So I can make things go around the edge of the circle. It also needs to be said that this is exactly what the screen looked like to all the people who are on the panel, to include Brian, during that live stream. And here you'll see that the top view that I have it drawn on right now, I can put into orthographic view, and it's exactly the same view. Now, if I put it back into top, it's going to reset the zoom, but it's also the exact same view. This is orthographic. Now that we got that settled, let's go on and complete the demonstration that was said not to be able to be modeled. First, I'm going to draw a vertical line out from the center of the circle, and then a horizontal line, which is going to be perpendicular to that. Once I have that set together, I'm going to go ahead and label them. Now we have a horizontal line, which is perpendicular to a vertical line, which on a circle is always extended out from the center of the circle. And now I'm going to attach all that together so that it works as one single piece. Now I just pull it down, so I set up the horizontal line to the line of sight from the stick man. Then I'm going to go ahead and make a copy of that because we have two stick men to use. And the first one that I already lined up with the first stick man, I am going to attach that to the rotating dummy in the middle so it moves with the stick man if I move it around the circle. So now, whenever I position the stick man anywhere around the circle, vertical will still extend out from the center of the circle, and the horizontal will always be perpendicular to that, therefore his level line of sight. Now I'm going to bring the other one over, back over to that same position, and then I'm going to attach it to the rotating dummy in the middle, with it aligned up to the other stick man. And now, as you can see, just like with the other one, if I rotate that dummy in the middle, it also rotates that whole thing as a unit. So now let's put the stick men back to their original positions, so they're next to their respective boats. Now I have set up the viewport so that we can watch all four. I'm going to be setting up one as just the general overview. One of them I'm going to zoom in on one boat and the other one on the other. And the last one in the top left corner is just going to be zoomed in on the controllers so I can move them around. Now, since the one that's at about the 11 o'clock position is offset from vertical to the viewport, I have to actually rotate that particular one so that the vertical and horizontal lines are vertical and horizontal inside of the viewport. And now we just rotate to see what happens. As you can see on this one, it goes down. The boat is going down from the level line of sight of the observer, while it's going up to the other observer. It's pretty simple. And then I'll do the same thing with the other one. As it's moving away, it goes down below the level line of sight of that observer, while it's going up to the other one. I don't know why you don't think that this can't be modeled. This is pretty simple stuff. So at the end of the day, the two-boat scenario is going to show exactly what you think it's going to show. Both observers are going to see the boat going away, going down from their level line of sight, and going up as that boat approaches the other one. And as they approach, they look like they're coming up to your level line of sight in orthographic view. Any questions? No? All right. Y'all have a nice day.
Oh my God.
But I want it side view.
I mean, that just says it all. Oh, no, I want it in the side. Yeah, that's what an orthographic view in this particular case is.
Gets so angry so quick.
Yes. Yes, a lot of them seem to do that.
The only one faster is Brian Mabbott.
Yep.
0 to stupid in 3 milliseconds.
I wish you'd turned off that grid though. That was crazy.
Yeah, I never have that on in AutoCAD. Just annoying.
I have it on for a little bit, and it's other people see me drawing, they're like, "Wow, that's crazy." And I know what I'm doing because I know what I'm focusing on. But watching other presentations, I'm watching what they're doing, and my eyes are like, ugh.
I think half the problem is I've used the same sort of visual setup for AutoCAD since day one. Like the crosshairs have always got to be 100%. They feel they cover the screen always, because that's what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah.
No grid. I'm used to the background being black. Of course, you can set it to any color you like.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry, Billy.
That's the way I draw in AutoCAD too, with a black background.
Yeah.
It's easier on your eyes.
I find, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really use grid. I just use an origin point, and then I measure everything off that.
Yeah, well, you can set your origin point to anything at all, can't you?
Yeah.
I don't use grids. I don't use snaps usually.
I use a few auto snaps, the common ones, endpoint, midpoint, nearest. Again,
Object
it depends
snaps,
what I'm doing.
Yeah. Object snaps, yeah, but not snap to the grid.
No,
that's what I was talking about.
That's terrible, right? You're trying to get
snap the grid.
What's going over?
Like,
no, don't
yeah,
snap
you
there.
want to go between the two snap points. You're like, do I adjust the grid or just turn it off?
Turn it off. Just turn it off.
Exactly.
Make a infinite horizontal line and then just snap, just measure from there.
Yeah.
I've been using a lot more just dot points, and then setting those with the restriction, and I can just draw from there. It's rather than having to draw full shapes and everything, I can just put placeholders. Okay, I want something to be there. I know that has to be, it has to fit inside there, and then the drawing draws itself eventually.
I was distracted. I was looking at something on the other screen. Can I just address the side chat? No. Just no. Okay?
Oh.
You are not trading Brian Leakey for me. No. I do not want to be a flat earther. I have no desire to have a frontal lobotomy. Thank you very much.
You'd rather have a bottle in front of you, right?
I'd rather have a, yeah. What we caught to 2 in the afternoon. Yes, I suppose is that the sun is sufficiently over the yardarm that I could indeed have a bottle in front of me. No, you're not. Just no.
I'm sorry, farmers. It looks like it's a unanimous vote so far. I think you're getting traded, buddy. If it makes you feel any better, we traded Lael for oh shit! Who did we trade Lael for? C4. Help me out here.
I'm sorry, my vote outvotes all of yours combined.
I wish that were the case. I mean, I don't. Well, I do make the rules, but I also have to enforce them. So it's official. You're now a flat earther. But if it makes you feel any better, Brian Leakey is now a Glober.
No, that just makes it worse. That just makes it so much worse. If it makes you feel better, no. Oh, C4
We're
says
the
Jeremy.
We're the ones with all the answers. Oh yeah, Jeremy. That's right. Yeah, we took Jeremy over Lale. Isn't that sad?
Yes. Anyway, no.
Deny it all you want, but you're a flirt now. Welcome to the flat side. Embrace it. Embrace it.
But it's not flat.
That's just old habits still kicking in there. You gotta let that go. It's a little difficult at first, but just stay with me. It's flat. We see too far.
No.
It's like it's on the board or something, Read it. Run, top down.
I'm going to restructure this whole thing. By the time we're done, Gary Wybanga is going to be a globe earther, and Terry is going to be a flat earther. It's going to be great. There's going to be parties in the streets, in the flat streets, everywhere.
I told you I can't be a flat earther.
Why not?
Because my IQ is low enough as it is.
That's fair.
You're right. We need to recruit some big brains. All right, Blue, you're now a flat earther. Congratulations.
I will hunt you down.
Well,
He
it's not hard to find. You know what city
he has a set of skills.
Isn't there a criteria, like a set of questions, like a quiz or something I can do to be a flat earther?
Nope. It's just entirely based upon my my opinion. It's very arbitrary and random, and has no real bearing on anything real. Much like the flat Earth, you just have to embrace it.
Speaking of bearings, if you make Gary a glober, I'm pretty sure he won't be able to navigate to the party anyway.
True.
If I take a leaf,
Well, what I'm really hoping,
I'm
really hoping by recruiting Gary over to the globe Earth side is that he'll run all the decent people out of the globe Earth community, and so it'll just by default the flat Earth will win.
So I could just be like a Brian Mabbott and just deny everything.
Yes.
You're too kind, Terry. You can't be Brian Mabbott.
I don't know if
But you can't just throw around willy nilly, Terry. That's like very strong counter argument. You've got to save that for the most furious claims made by the globe Earth, because otherwise it'll cheapen.
Okay,
we don't want to do that.
What level is horizontal?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. Can you? It's got too many T's in it, though. Can you get rid of one of those T's?
Yeah.
When you laugh at somebody in text and you say ha ha ha, how many ha ha ha's do you write? No name.
I have a macro for blah ha ha ha, because that's actually kind of more the sound that I make when I really say ha ha in real life. So there's probably 10 or 11 of them. Let me see. I'll put it in the internal chat.
Oh, one of my other flat Earth things is I can pick on Blue's balls.
Oh yeah. So let's see. That's
Here we go with
1,
the ball.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so I sent a picture to Brian Mabbott. He sent 8 ha's, then one long ha, one long double H, sorry, one double A ha, and then HAH, aha. And then followed by the words, don't work, lol. So yeah.
I think that's the sign of a bad man right there. A lot of ha's.
So if we read it out, it goes ha 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 ha.
That's a definite unbalanced mind.
I've got to throw in ludicrous too. That's ludicrous.
Oh, yeah.
That's ludicrous.
I've been practicing.
And I have to question everything. I can't answer your questions, but I'll ask my own questions. Sorry.
I'll type what he wrote in the YouTube chat, so you can all. This is, and I quote. I thought he was doing like Ode to Joy for a second.
Good grief, that's awful.
Everybody.
You spelt ha wrong.
No, this is the message, Terry.
Ah.
That's what he sent me. So next time you laugh at someone, they might think you're the Joker.
That's wrong. Ends in mid-ha. Can't do that.
Mid-ha. Mid-ha. It's true. You ran out of breath.
No. It's the castle of Saint. Ah.
Where's that? Is that the one in St Ives?
Saint. Ah.
But it's funny because he's in it. Don't work, and it was the two pictures that I made with the lunar eclipse scale and the Polaris not visible from Australia and New Zealand, and he said it doesn't work. It's like, yes, that's right. It doesn't work on a flat plane. Well done.
That's the point.
Well, that's because you're straw manning our model yet again.
You're getting good at this. You're getting good at these responses.
I try. When I say I try, it's really effortless. It comes to me so easily.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be the next QE.
Is there any other fallacies that you'd like to misuse?
The fallacy, because it's fallacious.
Right? The fallacy. Got it?
Kind of a dick move, if you think about it.
I think you're being a hostile witness. No.
Oh, yeah. If you want to do QE though, as Blue knows, you've got to cherry pick a citation.
Oh, I'm the master of that. In fact, I think I have a citation of me saying I'm the master of that. So, pretty rock solid, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
You're quoting your own citations as evidence of citation.
That's called pulling a Riley.
Using
your own citation as evidence. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Well, I wrote it down, so it must be true.
Yeah.
Check out this fantastic YouTube. It's mine. It's my own. No conflict of interest at all. Don't worry about it.
Well, you can't copyright yourself, so.
Yep, that's right. All right, Terry, have we got one more video? Yes?
Oh, I've got two left. I've still got Cy and
two.
Yeah, I've still got Cy Mandan and Cats left. I can't find anyone else. I've done Wally. Who else have I done?
Oh, that's right. You had 3 and then Wally.
No, I had 4. I had 4 to start with, because I had Wally, Sly, and now I've got 2 left. In no particular order.
Yes, your voting means nothing.
Yeah, I tell them to vote out. I tell them to vote out now. I tell them to vote, and they go, "What's voting?" That's only numbers. We don't know what they mean.
Yeah. You and your calculations.
You're
like, don't use calculation. We've calculated the refraction to the horizon.
Indoctrinated numbers, I tell you.
Exactly. 1
Besides,
to 9.
we all know the election is rigged anyway.
Oh,
yeah,
goodness.
that came up the other day. I thought, what's that got to do with anything?
Don't say that too long on the channel. You'll get a strike.
Oh, I was talking about this. What are you talking about? I was talking about this election.
Oh.
That's right.
You wacky conspiracy theorist, you.
I've been known to be that. I identify with that label. It's way more fun being unhinged. Trust me.
I know. That's why I've embraced the flat Earth. It's beautiful. It's so much nicer on this side.
I didn't say deranged. I said unhinged. You've gone too far.
You don't have to know science, geometry.
What is that?
Trig.
What do those mean? Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
orthographic. You don't have to know any of these things. It's fantastic. It's very liberating. It's like a weight.
Even further, you can make your own definitions for known words. Yeah. You know?
It's the best way to win arguments, I found, is to just change the definition of a word.
Or just argue about it for the next hour. Just on
exactly,
one word.
Terry. You know that.
Yeah.
Hold on, before we continue and you destroy me completely and we get to the final outcome that I have no model to present, what do you mean by...
And model too. I've heard a model argued. Oh.
Yeah. What does it mean to model something? You know?
Is it like when like Victoria's Secret's model lingerie? Is it like that? Because I could live on that model. That's a model I could live on.
I'm happy to see the presentation of that model.
Welcome to the final guest creator video of the 2 weeks that I've been off. And today we're having Irish Demon on. Now, Irish Demon is an Irish content creator who lives in Australia. And I know what you're thinking, how does he make all those videos when he's upside down? But he's done it, and not only that, he's done it on our good old friend CC from Westchester County, New York. So please sit back, relax, and watch Irish Demon have a look at CC. I'll see you next Tuesday when I'm back, and that time I'm going to take a look at climate change. See you then.
Afternoon, lads and lassies. My name is the Irish Demon, and today I'm taking over for Simon Dan. If you've been following Flat Earth for a while, you will definitely know the smartest man on four wheels. CC here, Chris, from New York. What part of New York was he from again?
Westchester County.
Ah yes, that's it, thank you. Now, as we all know, Flat Earthers love to tell us how wrong we are while having a complete lack of understanding of how essentially anything in the world works. Nobody does this better than CC here, Chris, from New York. I actually find it very hard to say his name without saying the whole sentence, so forgive me if I say that a few times. Anyway, today, CC here, Chris, from New York, is going to be talking about Earth's rotation and the difficulties that would cause for us all in our daily lives. And again, unsurprisingly, he doesn't understand how any of it works. But let me give it over to Chris. We'll let him take it away, and I'll break it down for sure. Enjoy.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 4:30, rolling up to the end of April, my friends. And what a month it's been.
Did he just mow somebody down?
Anyway, a couple of things I'd like to cover with you today. Today is a Friday. And I'd like to give you a couple things to think about, just in case if I can't put out a video on Saturday or on Sunday. Once again, I get these ridiculous emails and text messages and all this other shit. Just absolute nonsense of textbook garbage that people just regurgitate to pretend like they think they know what they're talking about. To prove that we live on a ball.
I feel like that sentence could have been at least 40 seconds shorter. Anyway, this is where it gets a bit juicy.
When, for the last 6 years now, there hasn't been a single scientist or anybody that have ever come up to us and has proven anything at all whatsoever. They can't even prove the Coriolis effect. The simplest freaking thing to prove.
We absolutely can prove the Coriolis effect. In fact, it's used every single day. It is calculated to absolute perfection. But guess where it doesn't work? On a flat Earth. And Chris, are you struggling with that window there, bud?
Very easy, isn't it? Should be a simple thing to prove, I think. But you see, the amazing thing about it is we have sharpshooters themselves who even say the Coriolis effect is non-existent. They don't take it in any case at all when they're trying to shoot from a long distance. Same with the people at the Navy. With the missiles, no Coriolis effect at all whatsoever.
Well, that's just simply not true. What we call porky pies. Now, I'm sure you can find a rifleman or somebody in the Navy who will say that they don't take Coriolis into account in any capacity, but the fact of the matter is they absolutely do. You ask the vast majority of people who actually work in those fields and they'll tell you, yes, they do take the Coriolis effect into account. Long-range snipers absolutely do. Long-range gunners in the Navy absolutely do. Missile techs absolutely do. This is simply untrue.
The spin of the planet that we live on at 1,000 miles per hour, right? The so-called planet. They can't even explain to us why clouds don't move, or how they can predict a storm 3,000 miles away and where it's going to hit next week, when, if we lived on a globe, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
First of all, things don't spin in miles per hour. They spin in RPMs. In Earth's case, it is 1 revolution per day. That is actually quite slow. If I was to sit in this chair and go around at 1 revolution per day, this is sped up by about maybe a couple of 100%. It's not very fast at all. So the 1,000 miles per hour speed that they like to use is just for shock value. It actually means nothing. And I predict that CC here, Chris from New York, just like all other flat earthers, has absolutely no understanding of the concept of the conservation of momentum. Let's see.
It's impossible. Anything up there should be in China, for crying out loud, if it's up there for more than 20 minutes. How there's no effect on planes landing? Do you realize how difficult it would be to land a plane if we were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour?
Okay, so just for the purposes of helping Chris out here, we're going to use his terminology. So let's say the Earth is moving along at 1,000 miles per hour and an airplane takes off. The airplane is moving along with the Earth at that same velocity. So no matter what direction the airplane takes off in, it's still going to continue in that same direction with the Earth. As it goes this way, it's going to continue with the Earth. As the plane flies this way, it's also being dragged back with the Earth, but it's adding velocity in the opposite direction. Now, I understand thinking in 3D is pretty difficult for flat earthers, and that's just the nature of things. So let's move on, lest we confuse Chris too much.
On a land strip, coming down from the sky, it would be impossible. He'd have to come in like this, and then he'd have to speed up. So, it's just so stupid. I mean, it's so stupid. Vacuum. They haven't not given us nothing, no proof at all with a vacuum with spacesuits.
Wow, that was quite something. They didn't never give us nothing to prove the vacuum of space, except for all of space flight. You just simply saying, "No, space flight doesn't exist, bro," is not going to account for all of that, Chris from New York.
None. It would blow up like a fucking balloon, for crying out loud. But yet we see them in space, moving around with their fingers, going like this, touching bolts. And why are all the electronic devices outside of the ISS? That's a good idea. Great craftsmanship, engineers. Let's put all the components outside on the ISS, so just in case if there's a meteor shower or anything like that, everything will get destroyed.
Well, thank the flying spaghetti monster that CC Chris from New York is not a spaceflight engineer. There's a few different reasons why they keep things on the outside, but here's a couple of simple ones for you to grasp. Number one, there is not a lot of space inside the ISS. So space is a very high premium. Every single surface on the interior of the ISS is being used for science and some accommodation type stuff. Number two, it is much easier to change out a component that is on the outside of the ISS than it is to change out a component that is on the inside of the ISS. Because a lot of those components are extremely large and will be really, really hard to get through one of those chamber doors. Also, some of them are about the length of the ISS. Like, for example, the solar arrays are absolutely huge, and it is necessary for something that absorbs sunlight to be in view of the sun. But that's just one example. There are many more. I don't understand why flat earthers think that NASA just go up there and sellotape a toaster to the outside of the ISS. That's not how that works.
Yeah, and they're up there in this little tinfoil thing when the temperature is unbelievable, between 1,000 degrees and then go below 150, below zero. Come on, man!
Come on, man! Come on, man! Yes, the temperature of individual particles at that altitude can be extremely high, but those particles are so sparse that it has essentially no effect on anything. Think of a sparkler. When you light a sparkler, the temperature of that thing is incredibly high, but when one of those sparks hits your skin, it doesn't hurt at all for some reason, and a lot of people find that unusual. But if you touch the big part of it that was lit, that's going to hurt a lot because that temperature doesn't dissipate as quickly. So that's exactly what's going on up there.
What happens if you went down to Antarctica and you traveled there and you sat there for 30 years and you finally figured out the truth, but you can't explain it because you can't explain who created it, because it no longer makes any of these politicians or any of these people running around inferior to anybody because the creator is right up there.
That sentence was the biggest pile of gibberish that I have ever heard CC here, Chris from New York, ever say. And that is saying something. Rewind that and try to figure that out. But let's just say this. If you were in Antarctica or from Antarctica, you would know very quickly that the Earth could not be flat. And that the flat Earth model definitely doesn't work, because you would have to account for why half of the year the sun essentially doesn't go down. That does not comport with the flat Earth model at all.
I don't know what they're waiting for. Too many of us are waking up now. They can't do anything anymore to hide this shit. They keep coming out with UFOs and all this shit.
So he claims that more and more people are waking up to the truth of flat Earth, and a lot of flat earthers seem to think that. Now, if you're somebody who watches a lot of the anti-flat Earth videos, you'll see that it's kind of slim pickings. We're running out of content because a lot of people have moved away from the flat Earth. And as Simon Dan showed in one of his earlier videos, more people searched the term pubic hair than the term flat Earth over the last 12 months. Now, if that doesn't tell you what you need to know, nothing ever will.
I mean, it's just so fucking ridiculous. It's unbelievable. For some reason or another, I'm signed up for the Science Channel or some bullshit on my phone. I never signed up for it. They just did it. So I get these ridiculous notifications of supernova and black holes combining to each other. Do you realize there's actual scientists that are getting paid to study fucking black holes? Where there is no space. Do you realize there's a whole army of them? Army of them getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for absolute nonsense because they just need a puppet there. You never hear anything about them, though. There's only about 4 or 5 scientists out there that you hear from all the time, and that's our good old friend NBT. Oh, he's just great. Jim Dandy. He does a show called Star Talk.
Ah, so black holes, supernovas, and space don't exist because CC Chris here from New York says so, despite what all of the scientists in the world say. The reason you don't hear from those scientists, Chris, is because you don't look for them. You can find published papers from thousands of scientists around the world. Just because they're not on YouTube does not mean that they don't exist.
Oh, man. I mean, you have to see all of this is because of flat Earth. All of this. Come on!
Come on, man! Well, lads and lassies, that is where we're going to leave CC here, Chris from New York, for today. The beauty of CC here, Chris from New York, is that he regularly provides this amazing content for us to debunk. Somebody that I regularly cover on my own channel, which you can check out in the link in the description down below. I actually have two, Irish Demon and Irish Demon Reloaded. The first one was demonetized, so I had to set up a second one, and I put content on both. I would really appreciate it if you go over there, check me out. I'm sure you'll enjoy what you see. I really hope you do. Thank you so much for joining me today, and thank you, Simon Dan, for having me on. Have a great day, and sláinte.
That's definitely the case. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel with these flat earthers.
Yep. Is he living in his car now?
Well, he's not allowed to do it from the kitchen.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of clothes on his back seat.
But Terry, you bring up a good point. We are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel of the typical flat earth community. That's why they need us to represent for them, because they're just not good at it.
What, so we should all switch over to being flat earthers, so to give the globe earthers someone to debate with?
Or to give the flat earthers some ammo, one of the two, to embolden them so they come out of their flat earth closets.
It's just marketing they're lacking.
We're not going to create a scenario where the flat earthers are wanting to debate with flat earthers.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I don't have a problem with that. Globers debate each other all the time. It's called debates. Pretty much any debate you've ever seen on YouTube before like 2016 was a debate between a glober and a glober. So how come we don't see a lot of flat earth debates between each other?
Wow. Flat earth
like you could have like the pro dome, you could have the pro dome side, you could have the con dome side. See what I did there?
Well, you mean you could have the donut Earth with the flat Earth model?
Yeah, you could have like Lindsay debating QE, for like Pope of flat Earth science. Whose science is going to reign supreme, Lindsay or QE?
And a curved
Lindsay
Earth.
would have to debate Whitsitt because he's the magnetic Earther, inertial plane person, dielectric magnetism, quadrupole with dipole in the center of a place we've never been to.
I like where your head's at. We need to get this going. We need to make this happen. Because oftentimes when a flat earther debates a flat earther, a globe earther, the flat earther loses, right? That's been the case. But if you want to guarantee a flat earth winner of a debate, then I think it would be necessary to set it up between a flat earther and a flat earther. That's guaranteed that one of them is going to win.
I think I've come up with the perfect name too.
Go for it.
Fight for the derp.
Fight for the derp.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. King of derp.
Yeah. Thunder derp.
Wouldn't you just love to see like Brian Leakey debate Brian Mabbitt? Who would get triggered first? Who would it just be like this incoherent yelling match back and forth? What would it be like? I'm kind of fascinated by this.
It could be a connection issue thing. Both of them are prone to have really bad connections, so it could come down to latency in the microphone. But I don't know. It's a hard one to pick, actually. It'd be a 50-50 on the day, I reckon.
Yeah, who runs away like Chris Berry does?
And we'd have to have chemo as the moderator.
Oh God, yes.
Oh goodness, no. We want to
What,
get
chemo moderating two flirts debating each other? I mean, that'd be comedy gold, man.
No, he'd have a bias. He's no good.
Well, I know he's no good. Not if you want like actual debate, but if you want a comedy debate, I mean,
No, we need Big Blue to be moderator.
but he'd just tell them both to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get anywhere with that.
What you think you'd get anywhere anyway?
Well, probably not, but I'm willing to take a chance. I'm gonna see if I can get in touch with some flirts who are willing to debate each other.
Yeah, I definitely want a debate on my channel. It has to happen.
May the best incoherent nonsense win.
Yeah.
Yes, may the best dirt win. That's what it's about. King of Dirt, right? Battle
right.
fight for the dirt.
Well, there's a battle rap competition called King of the Dot, so King of the Derp is definitely right there.
Oh.
KOTD.
So we're putting out a
What do we got
challenge.
left here?
So we're going to put out a challenge for the Flat Earthers to come on and have a debate.
Mm.
No Globers. There's going to be no Globers in this debate. Just Flat Earthers.
No. They might feel like they're being set up. I don't know. It's all very well talking about it, but we have to endure that.
You say endure, I say enjoy.
Ooh, Lindsay versus Dell. Ooh, okay.
It's impossible.
Impossible. No.
We got to do our own sound effects. Alan's not here right now.
And we need, if we have a Lindsay versus Dell, we'd have to have Float Earth Aussie Jesus as the moderator.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, who was that? Oh shit, what was that guy's name? He's a hillbilly, real redneck guy from the Smokies. Pig Slapper, something. He's got pig in his name.
Oh yes. Oh God, what was his name?
Get him versus Gary Wybanga, right? Or him versus Ross, one of the two, because they both have pretty rocking kind of Gandalf beards going on, as I recall.
Pig in his name.
Yeah, I want to say it was something like Pig Slapper, Pig Smacker.
Yeah, there was somebody like I can't think what his name was.
Oh my goodness.
There was, yeah.
He's probably been arrested.
It's not illegal to slap your own pig. It's illegal to slap someone else's pig, but not your own. I mean, come on, man, that's ridiculous. We still live in a free country, Cheapy. I mean, you can't. If a man can't slap his own pig, well, hell, that's a country I don't want to live in. Right there.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you get the best bacon, and you got to tenderize, slap that pig.
Piggy was great. Really made PhD Tony lose it. Okay.
That's it. Yeah, it was PhD Tony and Craig, I think, were the ones I remember talking to it. Fight the Flat Earth, Craig.
Yeah. In Rem would fit in there somewhere.
Oh my goodness. In Rem is...
What?
In Rem. Wow. Pig Slapula. Alright. Alright. Are we up to the cats video, dear?
Yeah, last one. I'm just dragging it out. We've been going for 3.5 hours, so time flies when you're
Time flies when you throw a clock out the window.
Yes.
That's why I didn't finish my sentence.
Dave makes a good point. Did you see what Dave said in the side chat there?
Trouble with having two flirts debating is they would both lose.
Correct.
And that's the beauty of it. It's like I'm not an Auburn fan. In fact, whatever an anti-fan of a team can be, you know, it's like when you hate, you know, your rival soccer team in foreign countries over there. So we have a rivalry in my state with an in-state college named Auburn. And so there's an out-of-state rivalry that we also have with Tennessee. And so whenever Auburn and Tennessee play, I can just root for both teams to lose, right? Like I want to somehow see a game played out where both teams lose in the end. And so it doesn't really matter who wins the game for me. I can enjoy it either way, right? So same principle with watching two flat earthers debate.
No, can't touch this.
Hammer time!
Conspiracy Cats, what up?
What up, man? And what a couple of weeks it has been. Flat Earth is absolutely falling apart. It is quite hilarious. We'll get to that in a minute. But first of all, do you remember Eric Dubé? Now, Eric Dubé was a man who claimed that he could debunk our understanding of how the tides work, despite the fact that our understanding of the tides allows us to predict the tides to the very minute. But he had a better explanation.
Tides are caused by the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the earth on the bosom of the mighty deep.
Yes, what a spectacularly big pile of poop that explanation was. And it did take the internet by storm.
Are the tides caused by the rise and fall of the earth in the bosom of the mighty deep? Space coma. Wow, the conspiracy cat. I like it. I like it.
Well, Eric Dubé is back to take the internet by storm again with this Flat Earth mockumentary, Level. Now, it is quite long, so I've done a little bit of editing and I've clipped out a montage of all the very best bits. Enjoy. Hope you enjoyed those.
Can't touch this.
So why am I in such a good mood? And am I really about to offer to delete my entire channel at the end of this video? Well, let's find out, and we shall begin with a wander down memory lane. Just 1 month ago, I was a broken man. The flat earthers who didn't understand science and geometry last year still didn't understand science and geometry. But what was worse was that I was beginning not to understand what they were saying.
Thing floats in water. Gravity don't do the exist, clearly.
But I started to ask myself, what if they were right? What if gravity don't do the exist? I needed help. I needed guidance from wise Legolas from Lord of the Rings.
The answer lies in Southport.
And he was right. The answer did lie in Southport, in the form of this image, in which the mountains in the background sink lower than Blackpool Tower, which on a flat earth would be impossible. This was too much for one of Flat Earth's leading figures to handle.
I've got to say, I'm now back on the globe side.
I was delighted, and to show my gratitude, I bought Legolas a present that he'll never forget.
Yeah, I've never had a mustache before.
You deserve it, my friend. You deserve it. And all was going well. Flat Earth had been dismantled. Or had it? Yes, the response from Flat Earth was absolutely hilarious as the community flapped around like somebody who just realised 10 seconds too late that there was no toilet roll in the public loo they sat on.
Holy shnikes, this is gonna leave a mark.
Well said, Quantum Eraser, and I'll deal with this comment later on for sure. But for now, let's take another look at how some members of the Flat Earth community have dealt with this image. Starting here with a Flat Earther who honestly believes that this image is actually proof of a flat Earth.
Hello, it's me, Flatzoid FE. Does my name sound familiar? If so, you might remember me because Conspiracy Cats recently offered to give me a school-level physics test. He said if I passed it, he would delete all his YouTube channels. And I refused, and here's why. Get a load of this. This is angular compression due to the limited angle, confirming that this is a flat Earth observation. Thanks, Cats. Love it. Great. Put some words in that order.
Now, I do think it's fair to say that, and how can I put this? I don't have the same level of scientific understanding as Flatzoid. I think that's about right. So I needed a little bit of help interpreting what he just said.
Conspiracy Cats says, hi. What is angular compression due to the limited angle? Asking for a friend.
What?
I don't know. That's the question. That's the question. Can
What does that even mean?
somebody else answer it?
What?
Right, so it's not just me then. And, oh, by the way, those guys you've just seen were absolutely hilarious. They were really, really good sports. And I have linked that exact stream in the description if anyone wants to go over and say hello. But for now, we don't need somebody to explain to us or translate Flatzoid's nonsense and show us that it's nonsense, because Flatzoid is about to do that himself in what I can only describe as one of the best flat earth fails I have ever seen. So thank you, Flatzoid. Please keep being you. But before we look at his fail, we need to look at why this image is such a great flat earth killer. We can see that this here represents the mountains, which are 81.47 kilometers away from the observer. This here represents Blackpool Tower, which is 19.62 kilometers away from the observer. Now you can see my working out of the angular sizes on the screen, but essentially the mountains are about 4.5 times taller than Blackpool Tower, and they are nowhere near 4.5 times further away, which means on a flat earth, the mountains should still look taller than Blackpool Tower from this observer point. They should definitely not look anything like this. But Flatzoid questions this, and not only does he question it, but he calls us dishonest for not having built and shown a scale model.
That Rand and don't want to do it to scale because they try to be dishonest.
So enter Flatzoid and his version of a scale demonstration. Now remember, all Flatzoid has to do is make the mountains 4.5 times taller than the tower and about 4.15 times further away. That's it. And if he can do that demonstration and show that the tower looks taller than the mountains, then he's right, and this image really was flat earth proof.
You're sharing now, Flatzoid. So what do you got here?
Okay, the white part is Blackpool, and the brown roll is Dow Craig.
And there we go, Flatzoid wins. He's proven that this observation is exactly what we'd expect to see on a flat earth. Well done. As long as, can I just double check, you have done it to scale, yeah?
You said they were at 2 scale, you said?
2 scale, and this is a horizontal flat surface.
And I guess that's it. Flatzoid was right. He has done it to scale, and as such, he has shown that this image here is exactly what we'd expect to see on a flat earth. What now? Although I do just have one question.
Actually, there is one thing.
Thank you. Can I please just check, were those mountains really about 4.15 times further away from that tower? Can I have a look at your scale?
Ladies and gentlemen, the most typical example of flat earth maths on the internet.
That 22 centimeters is the distance from me to Blackpool Tower, and that's from the same as the 20 Ks that the cameraman was to Blackpool Tower. And then the rest was to the mountains, Dow Craig in the back.
Oh, right, yeah, now it makes sense. Oh, Flatzoid, you're going to laugh at this. You've only accidentally, completely unintentionally, instead of putting the mountains 4.15 times further away than the tower, you've only accidentally put them 27 times further away than the tower. And, you know, these things happen. I know, it's so easy to happen. I know how you've managed to do that. I know, nobody noticed. Don't worry about it. Well, I'll say nobody noticed. The host of the show seemed to notice.
85 kilometers is 6 meters. 22 centimeters is 20 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now. He did notice, and sussing that there was something just a little teeny weeny bit out with your scale, he did try and help you by doing some maths on the fly. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think he's the person to help you.
How many centimeters is 6 meters?
Yeah, those two could be quite some time figuring that out. But as any good teacher knows, students thrive off praise. So that's what I had to do.
He should have called Nathan Oakley and asked him.
Yeah, he should have.
I appreciated his efforts.
I just really want to thank.
Or who was the one that said he only maths in
spelling
miles?
Out so articulately, the faults with the photograph.
Thompson.
His scaling was amazing. His trigonometry was mind blowing. I feel like I've really learned a lot from watching this stream, and I just Thank you so much.
Now, just in case you think I wasn't being sincere, I just want to say, Flatzoid, from the bottom of my heart, your maths really is truly mind-blowing. Absolutely, I mean that 100%, so there you go. Now, Flatzoid is not a person to be kept down for long, so he bounced back from his rather minor error with another scale model.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most typical example of a flat earther not learning their lesson on the internet.
See, I've made a Dow crate, the mountain that's behind it, and Blackpool Tower.
So in this model, Flatzoid is using pieces of paper to represent Blackpool Tower and the mountain behind it, and I'm sure he's learnt his lesson. Flatzoid, have you made the mountains 4.5 times bigger than the tower? Can you just please confirm, how many times bigger than the tower have you made the mountains?
I've made it more than double its size.
Excellent. More than double its size. I think I'll pass on what comes next.
Hammer time.
One flat earther who appeared honest enough to actually do things to scale, though, was Brian's Logic, as he appeared on this very channel to debate Ranty on this image, with some interesting results. Basically, they used this scale diagram to model the image, with the mountains obviously being the huge thing on the left. Here is the observer point, here is Blackpool Tower, and this red line here is the line of sight from the observer, and when it is moved to touch the top of Blackpool Tower and extended towards the mountains, if it intersects the mountains, that is proof that on a flat earth, again, these mountains should look taller than Blackpool Tower. So all Brian's Logic had to do was take that red line and make it touch the top of Blackpool Tower and then extend it out towards the mountains. And if it went over the top of the mountains, that would be proof that this image is exactly what we'd expect to see on a flat earth. And if it hit the mountains at any point, it would show that this image is impossible on a flat earth. Simple as that. He just didn't seem too keen on doing it though.
It's still...
keep going. Keep going. No, go down to the top of Blackpool Tower. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Now stretch it out. Oh, hold on. Stretch it out to the mountain. Go on. Now go down to the top of the tower. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Lower it. Lower it. There we go. There we go. What's happening there? Where's the mountain in relation to Blackpool Tower?
Yeah, got there in the end.
Conspiracy cats is hammer time. I hope that doesn't mean.
Saucy. Anyway, if this gentleman could spell the word denial, he'd spell it in a bunch of words put together in a paragraph that looks just like this.
Hello, it's me. Now, I didn't have any time to do any scale diagrams or anything like that, so I just thought I'd pop in and just make some shit up. Here we go. The image has been cropped and the camera is actually pointing upwards. Space, comma. That's the first one. It's an optical effect. Yeah, I won't explain which optical, but it's an optical effect. And many people have already debunked this nonsense. Space, comma. Here's the best bit. Your lies and deceit just won't cut it, Ranty.
And there we have it yet again, ladies and gentlemen, the typical flat earth response of when you can't explain your mystery optical effect, start calling people liars and denying the obvious. And that reminds me, time for today's sponsor.
Denial, the new perfume from Flat Earth. The odeur, le bullshit. Have you seen the ISS and the SpaceX Starlink train, but still want to believe satellites don't exist? Shh, denial, the odeur, le bullshit. Please, this is not a boat going over the horizon. It is sinking. Please call the lifeguard. Shh, denial, odeur, le bullshit. The bottom of these mountains and all the people who live there are not hidden by Earth curve, no. No. The mountains are just sitting down for a rest. They'll get up again in a minute. Shh, denial, the odeur, the bullshit.
Order online now to avoid disappointment. If our product never arrives at your house, we'll just deny you ever ordered it. Anyway, back to this comment. The first point was that the image has been cropped. Yeah, let's crop it again. Yeah, I'll crop it like this, but it still seems that the tower is taller than that mountain behind and it shouldn't be. Maybe I'll get a different result if I crop it in a different way. No, I don't. Let's try again. Oh dear, the tower is still higher than the mountains. Yeah, none of that seemed to make a difference, did it? I've no idea what you're talking about. Unless, of course, you're talking about this. Yeah, it does seem that there was a rumour doing the rounds that the left-hand side of the picture that had been cropped off to make it look a little bit more artistic actually held secret evidence of flat earth proof that we'd removed. Let's see how that panned out, shall we? Now, was this image cropped? Absolutely, this image was cropped. The whole left side of the image was removed from the final photograph for artistic reasons. And the worst thing, the very, very worst thing, as you're about to see, any flat earther could have done was brought that to our attention. Now, After being called a liar by this man, I think Ranty has the right to step forward and defend his honour. So for the last time, before I retire this meme for good, I need a hero. I need a globe hero. Where can I find one?
These are the adventures of
Ranty, the Flat Earther,
as he explores the strange world known to Fraggles as
the globe. I really am going to miss that clip, but for now what you're going to see is some amazing analysis done on that left side of the image by Ranty himself during his debate against Brian's Logic on this channel. Now, that debate is linked in the description, but before we start the clip, I just want to say to Flat Earth Banner, thank you so much for bringing our attention to this cropped part of the image, because as you're about to see, it's every bit the Flat Earth killer that this is. And here's why. So the cropped part of the image that is so-called Flat Earth proof is here. This is the part that was removed by the person who took the photograph for artistic reasons only. Now, I do want to thank another Flat Earther called Bev, who went back to this location to analyse this specific spot, and you can see above the photograph he took. Now, Ranty's done a lot of analysis on this image, which, let's be fair, we all know you haven't done, even though you couldn't wait to call him dishonest and a liar. And on this image, we can clearly see a wind farm.
So you can actually see the hill going behind the turbines there. You can actually make out the hill in Bev's image too.
Now, this wind farm is called Harlock Hill, and before you start calling him a liar, again, just because it's easier than having to actually think for yourself, you can bring up Harlock Hill and all the details on Google, including the exact latitude and longitude, so you can go into Google Earth for yourself and confirm this is indeed the wind farm.
So there's 5 wind turbines, and the wind turbines that they use are the Windworld W700/500.
Now, funnily enough, when you actually do this research, you'll find the elevations of these wind turbines, and I think you're going to be most interested in the one that's closest to the horizon here.
And lastly, we've got the next 2 wind turbines that are very close in elevation, but are can still be seen the bases of in Bev's image. And basically, the bottom one, the one that we're focusing on in the original image, has a base elevation of 212 meters.
So just to clarify, that this wind farm here, that is supposedly in the part of the picture, the secret cropped off part of the photograph that is Flat Earth proof, is actually over 200 meters high. So I really want you to think about that before you start making up stories about a cropped photograph being deceitful. Because when we actually study that cropped part of the photograph, we see exactly the same as the non-cropped part, over 200 meters of missing mountain. So, Flat Earth Banner, I am really looking forward to your next comment on my channel, in which you will obviously and inevitably fail to acknowledge that you've even seen that clip. So thank you so much for that in advance. But for now, for those people wondering what Ranty's up to, check this out.
My name's Ranty, and I'm a recovering Flat Earther. Having been in the Flat Earth community for 5 years, I have my own unique perspective on how this cult is able to brainwash and retain a large amount of people into believing that we live on a flying disc with a dome over it.
Yes, his new channel is linked in the description, and it takes no prisoners at all. Believe me, it is well worth checking out. Again, link in the description. I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on that and seeing where that progresses. But for now, back to this image and this claim that this picture is a result of the camera pointing upwards. Now, the only thing I can even possibly imagine he's saying here is when you take a smaller object like the tower and place it in front of a bigger object like the mountains, if you dig a hole deep enough underground, you can get the effect where the tower looks taller than the mountains. Now, before anybody points out in the comments, I know that wasn't to scale. I am not Flatzoid. There's a reason I couldn't do it to scale, and the reason was, for me to do it to scale, I would have had to dig a hole in my kitchen floor for me to get low enough, and I just wasn't prepared to do that. You see, Flat Earth Banner, for your camera tilting explanation to even make any kind of vague sense, the observer has to be far lower than what they're looking at. But to prove to you that that's not true, I have a mission for you. A mission. Should you choose to accept it, and be quick because Flat Earth is about to self-destruct, should you choose to accept it, will end your Flat Earth dreams in 3, 2, 1. Mission Impossible Flat Earth style. Step 1. Go to the Velvet Trail car park. Here's the postcode. It's not a telephone number. Put this in a sat-nav. When you get there, stand somewhere where this blue dot is. Now, this bit's very important. When you get there, there will not actually be a blue dot painted on the floor. Just try and find that general area. Get out your binoculars and take the lens caps off so you don't think it's nighttime. Look at this building here and these funky structures here. The building is the Blackpool Tram Depot, and these shelters are the funky looking structure.
Then, once you've seen them, I want you to look left from your observation point. If you hold both hands in front of your face and extend the first finger and the thumb, left is the side where the finger and thumb make an L shape. When you look left, you'll realise that actually you're quite a few metres above sea level. About 7 or 8, check on Google Earth. You'll also realise that these things look pretty close to sea level, about 5 metres. You'll then realise that this picture wasn't looking up into the sky at all. You'll feel stupid for a while, you'll feel depressed for a while, you'll feel lied to for a while, but you'll get over it. You'll then realise just saying the words optical effect and calling people a liar is about as much use as half a hedgehog when you're trying to debunk this image. You'll then learn how to do trigonometry. Well, probably not, but if you did, you'd be able to work out the angular size of the tower and the mountains at their given distances. And now you realise how stupid the idea was that this was some sort of optical effect taken by pointing the camera up into the air. And you'll ask yourself, where the hell is the bottom of this mountain? And at the end of the day, Flat Earth Banner, that is my challenge to you. Go to this spot and show that the camera has to be tilted up into the air to take the shot that we are talking about. And if you can do that, I will delete all my channels off YouTube, but you won't do it. And we know you won't do it. And that is because deep down, you and everybody else who's talking about the camera being tilted up, deep down you all know that that's, well, it's just this. Denial. The odeur, the bullshit. Absolutely. And we all know that other than just mumbling the term optical effect, when it comes to this image, you can't touch it.
Can't touch this. Do 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 do. Can't touch this. Do 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 do. Can't touch this.
Anyway, that was fun, but it's time to end. But let's end on a bang. For anyone who remembers the ranty P1000 song, it's probably the flagship song, the most well-known song that this channel's ever produced. If you don't remember it, what's coming up will mean nothing to you. But if you do remember it and you kind of know the words, I have remastered it. And I've taken inspiration from this man.
Hello, don't mind me, I'm just packing my bags so I can go to Southport and do that thing. Of course not, only kidding, I'd never do anything like that. It's far too easy just to say the words optical effect.
So please welcome the remastered P1000 song written by myself and Flat Earth Banner, Optical Effect.
Hammer time.
They've got a brand new phrase, they ain't afraid to use it. They've got a brand new phrase, they're too incompetent to prove it, but they'll shout it at the moon, shout it at the stars. It makes less sense than any noises come out of my arse, but every time they look at this picture, they'll say optical effect, it's an optical effect. Just say optical effect, it's an optical effect, some sort of optical effect. It's just an optical effect. And their friends don't talk to them anymore.
No. You're pathetic. You're all pathetic.
Because they can't explain why there's hundreds of fucking meters of mountain under the floor. They can't stop saying geometric horizon.
Geometric horizon.
And when we show them proofs, they just call them lies and stuff.
They all lie. You lie to kids.
Oh, you'll never know how hard it was.
How?
To find another word that rhymed with horizon.
The alma mater wiki.
No, Quantum Eraser, it's not just that doesn't rhyme with horizon. I don't think that's even a word.
Amazing.
Isn't it just? Anyway, where were we?
The optical effect, it's an optical effect. Some sort of optical effect, it's an optical effect, just an optical effect. Just say optical effect, but won't you come and sit with me? Let's look it up in my dictionary. It's an optical effect, just an optical effect. Thank you for saying optical effect.
I'm pregnant.
And that's the power of song.
Oh dear.
Who needs to do sit-ups when you can just listen to Conspiracy Cats? That dude had me in stitches, man.
He just does the best videos.
He roasts people who talk out of line in his comment section, you know.
Yes.
Wow. I might play that one for Jeremy. Optical effect. He's using that a lot recently.
Well, not the Jeremy.
Maybe take into account.
I prefer smushification. myself. I mean, I think it really explains a lot, and in a very flowery way.
Lemon wouldn't be happy with you for that.
Why? I'm giving him credit for it.
Oh, okay.
I think he's a damn genius. The man deserves a medal. I may put him up for a Nobel Prize. I don't know. Feels kind of cheating, but, you know, I'm biased, so I can do that. Anybody ever ask themselves, like, anytime Brian Leakey goes on a show, is that like his audition tape for dumbass, you know, DFOTY or whatever? I mean, or the Fair Dinkum Drongo.
Yeah, FDDA.
Yeah, FDDA. Yeah. We need to get moving on that, Terry. I've actually heard the Nobel Prize bandied about by a few people online. I think we need to actually get that statue going there, Sheepy. We're supposed to be 3D printing me a statue of Boob Noodle.
I remember.
I mean, I may have slept a few times since we had that conversation last, but it does occur to me that, you know, the COVID pandemic is mostly gone now, right? Like we can 3D print Nobel statues, Nobel prizes. You know?
I think so. Yep.
Let's make this happen, Captain.
All right.
I'll donate. I'll donate some of my hard-earned stimulus check. That's what we should be running right now, a charity where it's just like, just donate your stimulus check, man. We'll do good with it. We promise. Oh.
Yeah, all those notes were actually on my other Discord account with the pictures of the rocket and the turtle and the, you know, the Nobel Prize was a ring laser, was a fiber optic gyro, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was I'm trying to remember exactly. I think it was Bob Nodell. It was like a statue of Bob Nodell, kind of like the Oscars, standing on a plate of spaghetti, holding a ring laser gyroscope, or maybe the base of it was set up like a ring laser gyroscope.
Mm-hmm.
And it said the Nobel Prize, and then in quotation marks, 15 degrees per hour.
All right.
Yeah, or drift. Yeah, 15 degrees per hour drift. There we go.
And Sheeple, it wouldn't be a fiber optic gyro. It would be a fiber optic gyro.
Fiber.
Yeah. Fibber. That's a good one. Yeah, I like that. That appeals to the dad.
Yeah. I never know how to spell it when I put the plastic up, right? Like fiber. It's like, oh shit. Which one? I'm studying carbon fiber.
Fiber because he tells lies.
Fiber optics.
No.
Fiber optics. Yeah.
Not Bob Nodell. Not the engineer, CIA operative, or whatever he says he is from one day to the next. Do you think people like that are just, you know, pathological liars, and once they start, they just can't stop? You know, I was an IT guy for this mega, you know, secret branch of the CIA. That's why I can't show you my resume, because it was top secret, super duper.
That's right, and I'm a pilot, and I'm just not on the records. I'm just
because I was a pilot for the CIA, and so
exactly.
I thought you said you were an IT manager. I was an IT manager on a jet that I flew for the CIA. Duh.
Yeah. Wow.
Those are my bona fides.
I did electrical engineering.
Wow. Well, you got to keep the plane flying somehow.
Exactly.
You know. Because I mean, look, if there's a spark on that plane, I mean, we're in trouble, people, because it's all those engines are just compressed air.
Exactly. It was so covert.
It's held up by helium. So
it was so covert to the point where I had to fly around in case someone could actually see my plans where they were made in real time.
Right. Right. Can't have that happen.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And thankfully,
it's why I have a hot tub full of international waters at my place, so that way when I sign all my paperwork, it's done in international waters.
Exactly. And thankfully, I'm now allowed, obviously it's been leaked about the ISS. So thankfully my plane was made out of the same transparent material that the ISS uses.
Right.
To create the silhouette.
Well, look, I can't tell you how it works because that's from Area 51 and that's very, very, very secret. Like I wasn't even privy to a lot of the inner workings of that.
Yeah,
what I call alien technology. Yeah, that's
yeah, exactly.
So, and when I put that in quotation marks because they really weren't from another planet, right? Because we all know those don't exist. And how are they going to get through the dome, right? They were actually like more than likely an expeditionary force of people who basically are subterranean.
Exactly.
They live in the hollow earth. So,
Oh, exactly. Where else, right?
Yeah. Duh.
Put
goes
two
without
together.
saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Atlantis, obviously.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're Tartarians who survived the mud flood due to their advanced technology. Magic technology, really, it's very esoteric and occult. You wouldn't understand. Goes back way back in dawn of time, 6,500 years ago, right after God created the planet, Earth, the disk.
Well, that was the short version.
Yeah, okay.
That was a brief. Yeah, the elevator pitch.
Okay, well, thanks, panel. Thanks, Alfred Wegener. Thanks, One-Eyed Jim. Thanks, Big Blue. Honey Sheepy, Farmer, Dart, Carl, Stevie B, Elmig, Shady, Facty. Oh, hey, Facty, I haven't seen you for a while. Carl, LB Things, Dart, Stewie. Who else is out there? Dora, Stevie B. Who else? Dora, Dart.
Did you say Dart?
Irish
Stew.
Dart, Irish Stew, yeah. Carl.
Demon.
Demon Orb, yeah. Thurston. Dave. I think
Dora,
Milkman.
Wally.
I think was Milkman Dan out there earlier. I thought I seen Milkman Dan.
Yep, he was.
He was earlier.
Went for a ride.
Earlier, yeah. C4. Fred.
Lights are flickering in the house.
Fred.
Oh dear.
Lemon Smoosh Smoosh.
There's Thurston too, who's going to be the next flat earther in the fold. Welcome to the family. He figured it out.
Yeah, I can't scroll any further. Right. That's all there is. If I missed you, sorry. And we'll probably be over on the Discord for a little while. Oh, sorry. Did I mention you, Carl? Yeah, Milkman Danny's was here, yeah. Yeah, we'll go
to Terry, wasn't there a duck?
No, I didn't. I don't know if I saw a duck. There might have been lightning. There might have been lightning.
Where was there lightning?
Yeah.
Where was there lightning?
Yeah.
It's about to be lightning here, I reckon.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen lightning.
What? Is it? God could have struck you down, Cheeple.
No, my lights are flickering in my house. Raining like crazy outside.
Boy.
Yeah. I showed the lunar eclipse. They triangulated my position.
Yeah. Okay then. Good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts.
Good night.
Good night, Peanuts.
Go to Discord. Go to Discord.
Wally. Oh yeah, I forgot about Wally.
Special song.
Wally. Yeah, where's Wally?
While we exit.
Okay, special song. Yeah.
Special song for Flat Earth while we exit.
Okay. Shout out to Where's Wally too.
Me. Just for flat Earth.
Oh, just for flat Earth.
May
Yeah.
it rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yes.
Righto. Click us out of here.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't